We'll start in 1 minute or two. Does everybody in this room have a Google Cardboard with them? Can I see them? Our next session is going to be very, very interactive, very fun. Okay. Most of you have them.
Is it live streaming now?
Yes.
Okay. So we're live streaming, people. It's a couple of minutes ago, we're live streaming on a YouTube link. You can see it here. So you can invite your friends. They have a Google Cardboard with them. They can actually walk around today's event with a 360 VR technology. And I'll present myself again for those people tuning in. My name is Lou. That's L-O-U. I know many of you might have seen my name. And to your surprise, I am not an AI robot. I know those were many emails inviting you today here, but I am a real person. I promise. So, up next, I want to present to you I told you earlier today that we were going to do many challenges. So, our first challenge is the love declaration. This love declaration is for a game. It's for a game, and you do have to hashtag BuzzWorkshop, and whoever does the best love declaration for their favorite game will have a very cool prize. It is a voucher worth almost £200 for you to download. We have many of these. So that's your first challenge. You have 2 hours. Now, do continue to tweet, guys. Let's try to reach 200 tweets today. We want to see 200 tweets today of everyone. Don't miss the opportunity to have a really cool Nexus player. And so yeah, fill out your surveys. So on your booklets today, you received inside a survey. We want to know what you like from the event, what you disliked. I know the food was really good, so, right? Yeah, I liked the food. It was really, really good. And so we will have a draft at the end of the day, and when you turn in your surveys, you will enter to participate. Now, nowadays, VR is so popular, so this next session is going to be all about VR. And to talk about this, let's give a warm round of applause to Marco Colombo.
Hello. Is it working? Yes, it is. Hey. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the warm introduction. It was great. The clicker. Yes, this mouse. I can use the computer if not. Oh, okay. Right. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Really excited. There's a lot of people today. So thank you to Untitled Chapter for having me here today. I'm very excited about talking about virtual reality and my personal experience and giving advice if I can, like, being humble enough to give you some advice like made by my experience. On the project that I worked on and so on, I'm just going to give you a quick introduction about myself. Just going to introduce. My name is Marco. I'm a computer engineer. So I don't like to call myself a developer because, like, I think it's a little too reductive. A computer engineer is an engineer. So as Mr. Wolf here, I solve problems. Like, that's what I do. I worked in many companies around Europe since the last 5 or 6 years, and I'm very lucky to be in the game industry. I'm blessed with this, and I have a background in game development. And on top of that, which is completely disconnected, but I think it's very, very important, and I'm very, very passionate about it. I'm a Scrum Master. I love agile methodologies. And if you don't know about it, please ask me or search online. It's something that I really think is super powerful and helpful for everybody. So, moving next. The current status of VR. So, where are we standing right now on virtual reality? I'm having speeches like this for the last year. So, I'm reusing a lot of the slides. So, if you listened to my talks before, you're probably going to see the same things. But there's always something new to talk about, because this is a very changing technology. It's very young, and there is a lot of things popping up, new platforms, new headsets, new things constantly, and the hype is getting higher and higher. By this, I want to make just a quick note. I'm not like a VR fanatic, as actually Ed was saying in the beginning. If you heard the speech, which was great, by the way. I stand in the middle, like him. Like, there is no, oh yeah, it's going to change everything, or nah, it's going to fail for sure, it's going to be another guess to hit the markets and fail. Like, no, I'm standing in the middle. What I say is, it's very interesting. There is a lot of potential for new, interesting products over there. There is room for everybody, so why not jumping in? That's what I say. So, this year was supposed to be the VR boom, and it was actually, because if you follow the VR scene for the last 2 years, they were saying 2016 is going to be the year. 2016. And actually a lot of things happened so far, during this year, especially in the first quarter. So companies like Oculus released the Rift and the Gear VR, for example. Valve has the HTC Vive finally available. I'm not going to discuss about prices and stuff here. I'm just going to just point out facts. And Sony finally announced PSVR. It's going to be available by the end of the year. And Google also has this thing right now coming up called Daydream, which is pretty sweet, in my opinion. It's good to look into it. I think it's worth it. But what is also more interesting is the platforms. It's not just about the headsets. It's not just about, okay, we have a new headset that allows you to have eye tracking and things like that. No. It's more about also the software behind it. It's about the platforms, the places where they host content. So, Gear VR Store and the Oculus Share, and obviously for Oculus, Facebook, which is their focus. They are pointing to the metaverse. There is some really interesting thing going on over there. HTC Vive obviously has Steam VR. PlayStation VR has PlayStation Store. They know how to reach people. And Google didn't just make something like the Google Play Store. Didn't just use the Google Play Store, but it opened the doors to YouTube 360, which is a huge opportunity for people to play around just with videos, for example. So this is interesting. It reminds me of what happened back then with the iPhone. It wasn't the phone itself that actually changed everything. What was a game changer was the App Store. Because it made your phone being whatever you wanted, just being connected to the internet. So if you have content and you drop it in a single place, you have if you own that platform, you won. You're done. That's it. So it's very interesting to see how they are actually promoting their platform as well. Something like that is happening again, in my opinion. But anyway, also fact, VR and AR content right now is sky high. There are literally companies throwing money at you if you want to do VR stuff. Sometimes they don't even know what they want. They just want VR. So I wanted to show you quickly a project that I worked on in a company that I worked here in London, which is called the Cell VR, and it's the first full body motion tracking VR experience. Together with Audio Motion, I don't know if you know them, but they are leading company in mocap, so motion capture animations. They do mocap for FIFA games or Far Cry 3, and they did stuff like that. So they're experts, real experts. We paired our expertise to make this thing, which I hope you can enjoy. It's a 3-minute video. Very good.
My name is Leigh, I'm head of VR Visualize, and we're here at Wire 2015 showing Cell, which is the world's first full-body motion capture VR experience. This project has been a collaboration between Visualize and Audio Motion Studios, and Audio Motion is a motion capture studio based in Oxford. It was a very complicated project, and we actually made it in a record time, I would say. It took us 2 months to develop it all, but the active time of development was more or less 1 month, 1 month and a half. The creative process was changing constantly because we were facing a lot of technical issues. And in the end, we managed to find balance in between comfortable experience and a fun experience, and something that we were actually able to do because there were so many challenges that could come. In order to make this experience work, we're using Vicon motion capture cameras. They shoot infrared light out, and then that infrared light bounces off these rigid body tracker lines. And so the system is able to, by seeing where the different stops are and seeing how they move, they can figure out where the position is in space. Audio-wise, we have 8 powered built-in Bluetooth speakers, and each of these speakers is hooked up to Henrik's audio mixing station, and so he's able to mix all of the audio in real time. We have positional audio working with the sound effects, so you hear sound field around you, you hear things in different directions. This has been an absolutely awesome experience with Wire. I'm super proud of the whole team for all the work they put into making this experience happen, and I'm really looking forward to coming back next year and taking it up.
At the moment, the experience requires just a couple of simple steps, but require a lot of interactions and movement, and this is what people want to try. They want to see their body inside the experience. They want to experience their movement in real life, translated into the virtual reality world. All things were rushing, but we managed to make an amazing product, and everybody was just mind blown by it. That was it. Like, it was a very interesting experience. And obviously it's not like the most user-friendly experience. As you can see, we were like all wired up and so on, but also for security reasons. Still, the amazing thing is that people that never tried VR before were just like completely fine with every movement. In 2 seconds they could like just like move around and be completely like fine with what they were doing. So it's a very interesting thing that you have to consider if you make a VR application. Moving to another subject, the mobile golden age. So what is happening here, like with mobile? Like, mobile is a reality. Mobile is something that is there and it's like hitting the market hard. And I'm not going to say like, yeah, phones are actually selling a lot, well, then mobile is ruining. No, there are some facts, especially I'm a game developer, so I talk about games. Let's talk about business facts that are related to games. A lot of companies, even companies that you never thought they would have moved to mobile, are actually moving to mobile. So a couple of super quick examples, like Nintendo, opened the door with that, like with Miitomo and with the upcoming Pokemon Go. Activision Blizzard bought King. These kind of guys were doing completely different things, but they're actually keeping an eye on mobile. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, consider mobile as your as one of your opportunities to hit the market with your product. By this, please don't get me wrong. Don't take this message as like, don't do desktop, because that's not what I mean. I'm just saying, focusing on desktop and just on desktop could cut out a lot of of marketplace. Then again, your product is your product, and never change that. Right? I'm just trying to say, consider that because it's a very good opportunity. So yeah, also HTML5 and is like everywhere. YouTube like just moved to HTML5 straight after technology was taking up. AR products are also like very interesting. What I think in the future could actually take over everything is Magically, which we will invest a lot of money in, and we're going to see what happens. But obviously nobody has a crystal ball here. You don't know what's going to happen. But it's good to take an eye, keep an eye on what's going on the business side as well. So try to follow the trends, to try to understand what companies is buying what other company, what the company that's been bought is doing. So for example, are they working on active feedback? Something is going on there. It's interesting, and it gives you a perspective of what is going on, and maybe what is going to happen in the future. For all these reasons, Unity. So I am, by the end maybe, because I have a really short time. But yes, please, you should have a speech. So yeah, I love Unity. I'm using Unity, and I've been using Unity for a long time. And obviously, it's not like the only thing out there. Like I'm not saying that it's the only option. Sometimes it can be limited, but it depends on what you want to do. And to me, as an indie game developer, this is the best option you have for many reasons. It's versatile, it's accessible, you can use it for a lot of things. It was designed to be cross-platform since the very beginning. So, unlike other engines, it was born as a multi-platform supported engine, which is what you want if you want to make a cross-platform game, for example. The community is massive, and this is important, especially when you're looking to solutions, or you want to give a feedback to improve that. So, I worked in several engines so far, also in HTML5 for example, and I was like, okay, which one should I pick? One of my boxes to tick was like, how big is the community? So how can I actually rely on people that have skills and are sharing about this? Like if there are a few of them, maybe I'm not going to dig into that, because I'm going to get stuck with that, and nobody's going to help me. A real-time game windows in Unity, for example, is amazing. It's really powerful, and it's very useful for VR as well. So you can actually have, let's say, a DK2 as a debug device for your VR games, but then you can build for your VR, and it's okay, because like you're still gonna try to see how it looks in-game, in the editor. You don't have to build. After you're satisfied, you can build and see how it looks like. So very powerful. Also, Unity is keeping a close eye on VR. And this is also a good thing, because there are so many platforms out there that are going to come out, as I was saying before. And just straight out GDC 2016, these are just some of the technologies that they're going to support, which is not bad. Like, I mean, there's pretty good coverage over there. And if something else come out, I'm pretty sure they're going to start to look into that as well. So they see the potential of that. Now, when you develop, it would be nice to have a system to rule them all, as I said. So we have so many platforms like Windows. Actually, let's start from even above desktop mobile, and then from desktop mobile you have Mac PC, and then you have Android, and then you have iOS, and then you have Windows Phone. And now let's add an extra layer of complexity over there, because things are never too hard for us developers, which is the visual platform, what I call visual platform. So is the headset that you're going to use to develop your game, is the SDK that you're going to use to interact with that, and so on. So what I came out with, and I'm still working on that, I'm always working on that, is what I call a cross-visual platform solution, or framework, up to you. I'm working on this project site with the development of my games, and every time I finish a game or I'm satisfied with the status of it, I just go back on the framework and improve it. So the important thing to make something like that is to abstract. So if you are developers here, and you know what I'm talking about, we want to actually try to look at things at a higher level and try to say, okay, I want to make a game here, perfect. Where I'm going to develop it. I mean, for what I'm going to develop it. For DK2, for VR, for both. Maybe I want to introduce cardboard as well. Yeah, why not? But damn it, I don't have the interaction on cardboard if I don't have a controller, for example. So actually, we have to think about those things and say, like, all right, you know what? Like, I'm gonna abstract the input system and make it like separated from it. Like, I'm just gonna focus on what is the input of my game, and then when I develop for VR, I'm gonna use its input system. Same goes for the way you actually check, like render the experience in your visor, or also on desktop. Why not? So I put the desktop there as well, because maybe you want to have a game that allows you to actually play the game also not in VR. You want to have the same game running also on a desktop and use your mouse and keyboard. Why not? So what I developed is something I'm going to talk to you like in a couple of seconds, but the advice for CVP or cross-visual platform game development. On a generic level is this. Like first of all, yes, I recommend to take advantage of Unity because, as I said, for example, inspecting your game in the game window and in the VR headset is very powerful. VR is a very young technology, so be ready to tackle lots of changes and update SDKs and change everything constantly. So it's not easy, guys. Like it's very complicated and takes a lot of your mental health, but it's alright. As long as you are aware of what you're doing and obviously you're passionate about it and you like it. So I take again the point that Ed was pointing. Like be happy with what you're doing. Like be passionate about it and just chase it, do stuff. That's very important. Also, build your own tools, or VR tools, or in this case, CDP tools, or whatever you want to call it, guys. Like everybody can come up with like names now. There is no right or wrong for this. So, so when you actually make a game or something, you're like, oh yeah, you know what? Like last time I lacked this functionality in my game. I'm gonna build something that is gonna help me for all the next future games that I'm gonna make. And this is your framework, coming over. I think it's a very, very important thing. And it takes some time and maybe some focus from your game, but it's very beneficial, guys. Also, try to create a very solid test or debug environment. So, if you know how you want to debug your game, and you know what the information that you want to display constantly, tools like the Intel software that we were showing before, and stuff like that, are very helpful because you can rely on those things and you can create your own to simplify your life. So you want to actually be fast, efficient when you make a game, and you don't want to get stuck with like things that are always going to annoy you. Then, an advice for the framework itself, actually. So base your framework on experience, as I said. Like every time you make a game, and you're like, yeah, that thing missed last time, put it in. Like find those common patterns and always update your framework. Keep it up to date constantly. Lose some time with that. It's important. Also, abstractions and reusability. So while you're making a game, think in advance, and this is very tricky, I don't get it wrong, think in advance, how am I going to interact with this game? Like, is it, and if I do it this way, will it actually work on mobile? Well, maybe I have to change it a little bit that. Or maybe you're like, you know what, nah, I don't want to support mobile, I'm just going to do it custom, because I think it's the right choice. But don't, trust your choices on that. Don't just say like, no, I'm not going to support mobile because that's a challenge. You have to be very, very keen on what you do. And sometimes, yeah, it takes time and a lot of effort, but again, your idea has to be changed constantly. So I find a modular and event-based approach very helpful, so I tend to decouple all the responsibilities of what happens in the game, and sometimes I embed them in my framework, so I have managers that do everything for me. So I have a scene manager, I have audio manager, and input manager that works cross-visual platforms. So I just have to say, when you do confirm, and it works on every platform. And what I do, I send events from the game to the managers, and the manager is going to be like, somebody sent me an event, it confirmed something, but which platforms I'm running on? Oh, this one. And okay, you confirmed on this platform, okay, I'm sending you back what you have to do. And this is great, because like, then I don't have to worry about this anymore. When I make another game, I'm like, yes, confirmed, done. Sounds as easy, but it's not. It takes a lot of time, but still, I think it was the effort. Automation. I find it also very helpful. Like I create plugins constantly or things that allow me to be fast in what I do, also on the automation side. So sometimes, I don't know, I want to have the same input happening 1,000 times because I have to test. I'm being developer by myself. I have no QA, so I can't rely on that thing. I have to rely on code, which is what I can do. So this is just an example, but everything that you think could be automated, do it. Like it's going to save you a lot of time, and it's going to help you out. Could be also like hitting you in the back if you are not careful, but worth considering it. Worth considering, like trying at least to have a go with that. And if it doesn't work, it's fine. But my suggestion is try. Try to identify what you can automate. Also, iterations of the framework are very important. So after, as I said, every time I finish a game, go back on the framework. I won't stress enough if possible. Because it's important to keep it up for what you learned before, always. So this is the visual platform that I created, the cross-visual platform framework that I did the icon sucks. I know, I'm no artist, and I do my best. But anyway, like yes, this is a cross-visual platform framework that allows me to develop the game once for every platform. So I just like go here, I say yes, pick a new visual platform, build for that, and these allows me to test locally things that are multiplayer, for example. So I just simulate that I am running a client server thing, but I'm actually not, and stuff like that. Again, these could be actually like reshaped anytime you want and the way you want and so on. So this is just like it's all obviously all constantly under development, like as I said, constantly working. Maybe I'm going to release it open source. I want to, just like I don't think it's ready yet. So I have to perfection it a little more before I do that. But also for your game, I'm going to be super fast. We have 5 minutes. So VR games, especially, are tricky. Strafe, rotations on the spot, bad. It's going to bring you motion sickness. Try to rethink about the way you interact with your game because it could cut out some marketplace, like for people that are not really used to VR. So there are some things that you can do and some things that you shouldn't do in VR. This is one of them. Don't strafe, don't rotate on the spot if you're not actually not rotating for real. Also, smart UI system is very important, and it's very tricky also to make because of lots of like problems on the vision that you have, and especially for some devices, FPS has to be flawless. So I heard that Sony, for example, for PSVR requires you to have 60 FPS. You can't go under that. If you don't meet that, you're out. Your game is not going to be in that. Anyway, also make it immersive. It's very important to feel that what you do is very, very, intuitive, and everybody could pick it up and fast, because this is how you make an application working very well. This is why I think Vive products are great, because little baby can just just take the things and interact with them. I see like very young kids and old people trying it and understand what they have to do. As Ed said this morning, fail is not bad. Like 100 times failing and then one success is a great thing. Don't be scared of failing. Don't be scared of making a mess, because this is how you learn. This is how you actually say like, all right, I see what I don't have to do next time. I know it sounds like cliche, but it's true, guys. Like it's very, very rare to succeed the first time, and this is why you have to constantly have to try and don't be scared about it. And last but not least, be inspired. Try to be inspired by the world around you. I do. Sometimes even like the most simple thing that I do in my everyday life, like getting a cup and it fails, it breaks, and it's like, oh, wait a second. If I actually introduce this mechanic, could be actually pretty good in VR. Let's try it out. It's actually something that is really interesting. If you're inspired and you're like keeping an eye on what you actually want to create, also on things that you sometimes don't notice, would really help you out, guys. One last thing, Agile. As I said, Scrum is just one of the frameworks. You can use whatever you want, but try to be agile. If you don't know what it is, check it out. It simplifies the life of everybody. It can optimize your time and the quality of your products. You have to know what you have to do, though. And it's complicated. I'm not saying that it's not easy. And it can definitely, it fits for teams, so not for individuals. But you still can take advantage of those nice concepts in your own projects. I personally use Scrum for the game that I developed, which I'm going to talk to you like in 1 second, just super quick video. I have some tools here that you probably already know. Like these are very, very famous tools and free. But you can dig into those things. There is no right tool or wrong tool. Everything that fits your need and your skills and what you think is good for you, it's yours. That's what you have to do. This is just like a suggestion for what I really like. So I used Scrum and these tools to create the game that I used to compete in the Oculus Mobile VR Jam last year. The biggest global jam, from Oculus and Samsung last year. They called like 500 people for the first round, so thousands of submissions from all around the world. They got 500, and then they got into the finals with 37 finalists, and Davies was one of them, so I was like super proud of it. John Carmack himself actually played this game and thought it was worth of the finals, so I didn't win anything, but I'm alright. I am very, very happy about it. I have it with me today. I'm going to compete with Davies tonight. Please come and have a play. Check it out on Facebook. And if you have a Gear VR, download it. It's for free. This is the trailer, and then I'm going to go. Promise.
Let's give it up for Marco Fernando.
I'm gonna quit to wrap up. Sorry. My email, sorry, if you want to get in touch with me, sorry, just wanted to say that. And if you have any questions, do we have time for that? No, we don't. We don't have time for questions, but you can catch up with me anytime later.
After this next
Sorry.
VR session, we can take questions to finish off this module. So let's just jump right to it. Building up on VR. Let's give a round of applause to Will Iscott.
Thank you. 1 minute.
This is a very interactive session, so you do want to keep your Google Cardboards on hand.
Yeah, we'll use those at the end. Keep them ready. I think so. Okay, I think I'm ready. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Will. I'm CEO of a company called Play Canvas. So I'm going to be talking about VR today, with the hot topic. And but more specifically, I'm going to be talking about how the web is playing a role in the development of VR. So I'm a recovering 90s VR application developer. I started out my career in the mid-90s working for a VR company up in Manchester. So yeah, some of you may be surprised to know that VR's actually been around for quite some time. And you know, if you go way back, you'll find that even Jessica Fletcher was using it to solve murders back in 1993, right? Although I do suspect that those are sunglasses. But anyway, you know, I think really what we've had is this sort of slow burn of VR over the last 20 years, and while that was kind of going on in the background, I switched to the games industry. I worked for Activision, Sony, and Electronic Arts. But fast forward 20 years, and I'm working on this stuff again, and it's, you know, largely to do with this guy, Palmer Luckey. So back in 2011, he was building the first Rift prototype in his garage. The following year, runs a successful Kickstarter campaign to raise $2.5 million. And then, of course, things start to really kick off when Facebook swoops in and purchases Oculus for $2 billion. And you know, one of the side effects of that was that
the VC community set up and took notice, and suddenly there's huge amounts of VC money sloshing around. And if you head out to Silicon Valley now, every other tech startup is working with VR today. Okay, so why are all of these companies investing so heavily in VR, and why is all this VC money there? And it's because the prediction is that VR is essentially going to be the next computing platform. Of course, today we're using laptops and mobile devices, touch interfaces. But the thinking is we'll be consuming a great deal of our content 5 years from now in VR and AR. And there are some insane predictions being made about the size of this market. I mean, I read on the web the other day that even somebody was predicting $150 billion by 2020, which I really don't think is going to happen. But it does. I mean, that's like significantly bigger than the entire video game industry. Okay? So, but there are still some big numbers being bandied around. So a lot of money is being put into this, and it can't afford to fail. Again, if you count the 90s, the first time it failed. So we have to ensure its success. How do we do that? Well, let's just ask what the consumer wants, right? As a VR consumer, as somebody who likes VR content, what do I want from that? This is my list. It's not necessarily your list, but I'm looking for content that has very low friction to access that content. I don't want to download and install all of my VR content, maybe some of it, but not all of it, certainly. I want to just be able to click a button and start streaming awesome VR content. Perhaps much in the same way as you would say a YouTube video, right? And I want it to be cross-platform. I want it to work absolutely everywhere, no matter where I am, on whatever device. I want to be able to access my VR content. I don't want to have to be stuck in the lounge, on my PS4, 5, whatever it's going to be. I want to be able to have freedom to access this content from anywhere. And I want it to be shareable, the good stuff. I want to share with all of you guys. And I want to do that in the channels where I spend my time. So on mobile today, I spend over 40% of my time in social networking applications and instant messaging applications. And that's why I want to share VR content with you. I don't want to send you the name of some app you have to go and find in an app store. So, and of course, because that's where you share content, that's also where you discover it. And lastly, I want to be able to access the content that I want to see, right? I don't want some arbiter of decency to tell me what I can and can't watch in terms of VR. If there's something controversial, if there's something R-rated or whatever, I should be able to choose whether I want to watch that or not. So, all of these things kind of add up to the web rather than an app store. But there's a big problem here, which is that if you're a developer of VR content, it's fairly likely, you'll want to monetize it. Let's say you're making a hardcore game, then, you're going to want to be able to monetize that. And on the web today, it's pretty hard to monetize payments. That's just the sad fact of reality. But the W3C is working on this today. If you go to that link, you can read about all the fantastic, exciting stuff they're doing with payments to make storing of payments information easier in web channels. I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm just going to use my get out of jail free card and just say not all VR content needs to be monetized like apps do, right? So, let's look at a couple of examples. The first one being something that Nickelodeon released last week to promote the new Turtles movie, which I'm sure you're going to go see. And this is a little kind of, on the desktop it's just kind of like kind of move around and these kind of little AR markers read about this particular scene in the movie. But on the phone, it uses the accelerometers and you can look around. And this kind of content doesn't work as an app, right? It's a bit of promotional content. In the same way that this app used to promote another well-known game franchise, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, this is a similar kind of story. So if you play Call of Duty, you can configure weapons in Gunsmith, and this is a similar kind of thing. So it's kind of translated to the web. I can select components on the gun and just kind of build my weapon of choice, share it with my friends, etc. So this is the kind of content I'm talking about when I say it works works really well in a web context. But we haven't just got to please the consumers, right? We've got to keep the developers happy and give them the tools that they want. And again, I'm a developer, right? And I look for certain things. I mean, this is obviously a short list, but there are certain key things that I look for when I'm developing. Probably a key one is having, and this we kind of touched on in the last talk, is you want to just be able to target one sort of unified platform when you're dealing with VR. Because there's such a variety of devices out there, anything from cardboard all the way up to, say, a Vive. And then you have all of the different controller types as well, and it gets very complex. So you want to be able to abstract that away and just be able to write your content once and have it run absolutely everywhere. Now, I'm part of the open source community. I'm a big believer in open source. I don't want to work in a closed system. I don't want to deal with, I want to avoid proprietary technology where I possibly can. So that's another key factor for me. I want to be able to iterate quickly. I don't want to have to compile and link and wait 5 minutes while I'm sort of rebuilding my application. I want to be able to make quick changes and develop fast. And lastly, I want to be able to publish content in an instant. I just want to be able to hit a button, make my content live, and put it in front of my audience. So really, what I'm talking about here is modern web development. This is what it's like to be a web developer, right? You don't have to deal with weeks and weeks of submission times and things like that. You make some content, you put it live on the web, and it's in front of an audience, a potential audience of billions. Hopefully I've convinced you that there's some merit to publishing VR content to the web. So if you're going to make VR content on the web, and you're going to want to say target cardboard, what are you going to need? What are the two things you're going to need? Well, first of all, you need hardware accelerated 3D graphics, and after that, you're going to need head tracking. And the nice thing is, mobile browsers have been able to do this for 2 years now, right? So in terms of 3D graphics, the browser has an API called WebGL. WebGL is essentially a JavaScript interface to the GPU in your device, and it's essentially layering OpenGL-ES. And on the head tracking side of things, mobile browsers have an API called device motion. And in these devices, you have accelerometers and gyroscopes, and essentially it's just an interface to that. So you have exactly what you need to start making basic cardboard VR experiences today. Things get a bit trickier if you want to start doing high-end VR in the browser. If you want to start targeting a Rift or a Vive, say, you're going to need a few more things. You're going to need low latency head tracking, and that will include positional tracking as well. You need to also match the refresh rate of the device that you're rendering to. So Vive and Rift, they both render at 90 Hertz, but actually the browser can only render at 60 Hertz. Right? So we need some kind of a mechanism to match the refresh rate of the device that we're piping the content to. And lastly, we need some kind of an interface for the new tracked controllers that we're seeing being introduced now. To deal with all of this, the browser vendors have got together and they've come up with something called WebVR. So WebVR is it's an in-development standard, open standard for interfacing with any VR device. So far the history of WebVR has been that back in April 2014, the likes of a couple of guys from Mozilla and Google got together, and they started to work on this API. And then they've spent the last couple of years doing that, and then in March, the API hit 1.0. And just a few days ago, the W3C announced that this is going to be standard. So they've started the process to make this into a standard that can then be formalized and then rolled out into every single browser. So this is getting pretty serious now. So the rollout of this technology is going pretty well so far. You can already get special builds of Chrome and Firefox that has WebVR built into it. Not forgetting Samsung Internet for VR, that browser supports it too. But things get really exciting come October, because that's when Chrome for Android 54 comes out, and that has WebVR 1.0 built right into it. So in October, tens of millions of Android devices are going to support WebVR. Firefox will follow with an implementation being released very shortly afterwards. We're still waiting for word from Microsoft and Opera and Apple to see what they're going to do, but I'm pretty bullish that they're going to be following the lead of both Google and Mozilla here. So yeah, you're ready to start making some VR content for the web. What are you going to do? Well, first of all, you better go and learn WebGL, WebVR, and all of the other APIs that are going to be needed to make your content. You'll probably be spending quite a lot of time doing that, but is there an alternative? Indeed, there is. It's something that I'm working on. It's called Play Canvas. This is a WebGL game engine that has WebVR support built right into it. So back in 2011, I left Activision and I started working on this technology. And really the thinking behind it was that we were trying to create a technology that was going to fill that gap that Flash was going to leave, because we knew Flash was going away. A lot of people were in denial at the time, but it was definitely going to happen. So that's why we set about building this. Today, the community is just approaching 100,000 people, and these developers are making VR experiences, video games, gambling applications, visualizations, all kinds of stuff. And you can see that on playcanvas.com. But the cornerstone of PlayCanvas is our editor application, right? So the editor, if you've worked with a visual editor before from another game engine, then this will look kind of familiar. You've got a 3D view, you've got hierarchy, asset panel, inspector. But the key difference is that this is running in a web browser. And because it's running in a browser, we've been able to do some things that you probably haven't seen before in a game engine. So one key thing is that we built Google Docs style real-time collaboration into the platform. So you can have a team that's distributed geographically, and they can collaborate in real time to make a game. Now, if you struggled with certain other game engines and getting that to work efficiently with a team, then this will be a real revelation to you if you start using real-time collaboration. And all of this technology is built on top of a JavaScript runtime. So this is built for the web. It's not written in C++ and then compiled over to run JavaScript. It's built for the web. And it's mobile first. And the engine itself is only 140 kilobytes. So that means that it will run on very low-end devices all the way down to an iPhone 4S. And if you want to find out how we built this, then you're in luck. Because it's open source under MIT. You can head to GitHub and grab the whole code base and see some of the cool stuff we're doing with this engine. So yeah, I mean, I think we're very proud that we managed to squeeze this down into such a tiny bite-sized library. So what kind of things are people making with PlayCanvas? Well, this is probably our best-known game. This is called Tanks. It's an online multiplayer tank battle game, and this game probably at the moment gets about 50, 60,000 play sessions a day, so it's not exactly ADAR.io or Slither.io or something like that, but it's popular. And this is the kind of game that you publish to the web, and you can certainly monetize. But we were really proud back in March to release a new mode into this game where we added WebVR support. So Tanks ended up becoming the first online multiplayer WebVR game, and we announced this. We kind of launched it. That's Mozilla's standard GDC, so it was featured by them. And one of the key things that we had to solve when we added the VR mode was we had to remove all of the 2D HTML interface in the game, and we had to replace that with a 3D interface that's kind of embedded in the 3D world. But anyway, it plays like a tabletop game. You're kind of sitting next to the table and you're kind of controlling the tanks in there. Okay, anyway, that's enough slides for now. So what I want to do now is just switch out of browser. It's probably also worth pointing out that my whole presentation is just a web page. So I can embed any PlayCanvas content and just play it back like a YouTube video. So this is what I love about the web. Okay, so let's head to PlayCanvas just quickly. and I'll give you a flavour of how you might create, publish, and share this kind of VR content. Okay, so just do something really basic, so we don't have a huge amount of time. Okay, so this is the homepage on PlayCanvas. It has a bunch of devlogs that developers on the site are publishing. So if I go to my project page, so this is like my GitHub profile page on PlayCanvas. If I just hit new, there's three options that you can select. There's a blank project, a model viewer starter kit, which is just viewing 3D models. Well, there's a VR starter kit. So if I select that, and I call this Buzz, and create that project, it takes me to the project dashboard. And I can do a bunch of stuff here. I can add team members and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to dive straight into the editor. And you'll notice how quickly that application loaded, right? The editor is about 600 kilobytes, so it's super lightweight. And you can even run that editor on your mobile phone, which is pretty cool. All right, so this is a really basic scene. There's a bunch of geometric shapes in here. So if I wanted to play back this scene and see what it does, I simply have to hit the play button, top right. And on my laptop, I don't have a rift or anything attached to it. So if I just tap, it kind of falls back to just sort of, mouse controls or touch controls or whatever. But if I want to, I can do this on my phone. So I can just close this. But to do it on my phone, so what I would normally do, if I was back in the office, I would just take that URL and just put it in Slack, and I would just open my phone and I'd go get that URL and I'd see it. But what I'm going to do is instead, I'm going to publish this and make it live. I'm doing that because if you guys want to do this, otherwise you'd have to log in. I want to avoid having to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to publish this little app. Say that's version 1. Publish it. Click on the link. So that link is live now. So that, just by clicking that button, that web app is live on the web and you can access it from anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the URL, so it's going to make it easy for you. I'm going to just edit it slightly. And I'm just going to put that in Bitly. Okay, right. So if you put that into your phone, and you've got your VR headsets out, you can just load up that app. Right? So I'm going to do that myself. So see, open mobile Safari. Okay, so number 1, small t, 8, small j. Okay, so that app is now live. If I put my iPhone into landscape and just tap on the screen, it starts stereo rendering. And I can just grab my antiquated little cardboard VR headset, slide it in. The metaverse. Right. Okay. So that works fine. Okay. So let's say I want to iterate on that now. What can I do? Well, I don't know. If I want to add a bit more content to this scene, I could say add an animated character. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide these shapes. Save all, and I'm going to upload a 3D model, an animated character. So I'm going to create a folder in my asset view. Call that man. And I'm going to just go to my local file system, just drag that FBX file into PlayCanvas. It converts it straight away. I can drag the character into the scene. Now that's a Lego man, right? They're about that big. So I'm going to have to make him a bit bigger so you can see him. Let's make him kind of human size. Okay. Right, so there's my Lego man. And I want to animate him. So I'm going to have to assign an animation to this character. So I'm going to get an animation component, assign an animation. And last of all, I want to duplicate this guy. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of place him 2 meters over there. Just duplicate him. Duplicate him. And duplicate him again. Okay, so I guess the only other tweak I'd make actually is that it kind of doesn't look very plasticky. So if I just kind of select all the materials and we just change the specular on the materials, so maybe it's not very metal but maybe quite glossy. Okay. And I'm just going to kind of rotate these Lego guys so they're kind of facing the VR camera, so that when we're kind of standing in the middle, they're kind of dancing around us. Okay, so there we go. So they're kind of all facing us in a circle. Great. So let's just test that quickly by launching it in the preview. So there we go. We've got Gangnam Style dancing Lego men. Surrounded by them. It's terrifying. Okay, so right. We'll just exit. Right, cool. So let's exit that because that works. Great. So I can republish my app. So let's do publish version 2. Publish version 2. Publish. Okay, and we're going to set version 2 as the currently active build. There we go. And all we have to do now is go back to the browser. Now, unfortunately, you can't refresh it because the bit.ly link I sent you is a redirect. So what you need to do is you need to just kind of, from your history, just put in the bit.ly link again, which I think it ends in WEC, right? And now we've got dancing Lego men around us. Okay, so if I place that into my headset again, cool. We're being entertained by Lego men. Great. So anyway, that's a really quick, simple demo, but I hope it shows you how super quickly you can create and publish and share this kind of content on the web. And I think this, to me, is what the future of VR is all about. So that's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation today. I hope you enjoyed it.
Perfect. So, let's take a Mark Zuckerberg picture now with your Google Cardboards if you can. Can you just hold up your Google Cardboards and we're going to take a picture, a really, really cool picture. So if,
everybody. Yeah.
you just hold it up just for this one picture. So far, guys, we have.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Hold it up, hold it up, hold it up. Hold it up, hold it up, hold it up. Cool. So far, we have 352 tweets. So, not to put pressure, but there are people that are really working on this. And so let's take a break. And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Perfect.
It's okay. It's not that good.
You have one?
That one. On Peter's phone is better because you got the app.
Yeah, you can watch it with some apps, which is 360. Otherwise, you will see it
Which
like
app it
this.
is?
I think it's called
Go panel? No, it's not.
no GoPano. You can use. I use this Comido.
Omido player. So, and if you don't know the app, you can see all the channels, broadcasting. So,
Yeah. But well, the thing is because it plays. Oh. Okay, that's good. Thanks for that. I have the second one, which is
That's the 4K.
I just put everything as
So it's the company you work for?
It's my startup. I already did a couple of openings, so it's called Silicon Plain. So yeah, there are, I don't know, 6 events this month. Just in next week we're doing, but we opened Interchange in Camden with this as well.
That's where you're working?
No, I live
Oh, the opening.
but the opening
I
event
remember
with
this.
it.
I didn't go though, but I remember.
But you can put your head in. Yeah. So it's good. Yeah, but when I stream, it's only 720p. Yeah. But if I record, it can be 1080p. So now it's 720p, which is still good. And there is another thing with the people. Sometimes people, they don't want to be seen, especially I could turn around and look at it.
So why Silicon Plain? Is it just the name you like? Because it doesn't sound, it's not, it doesn't sound related to the product.
Yeah.
Or is it just meant to be your site for many different things?
Yeah, exactly. So Silicon Plain is more like for retail. then you would have a kind of themes part for young and it's free, that's the thing. And then from that on, we have some sort of services where we say do VR SGS.
Yeah.
So we could do animations for you and other things. So it's wonderful, related, yeah.
Okay.
But it's a start. It's a good time to tackle.
So this goes this is using the
I think you can monetize it, some conferences and stuff. But you have to go for some bigger ones, like some business conferences. Because I'm in the event business, so I know there's always. I'm always looking at event technology, and
this one is I'm the only one actually.
I think if we charge a small fee and we go to some big conferences, I think we can be okay. I think if you charge a few hundred, you can get one or two a week quite easy.
So that's exactly what I meant. So if you want to do like this event, we could do it for free, but then you could go for maybe 200 because I spend probably, and that's also a thing if you want to have it.
Yeah.
Footage.
Or you can block it.
No, I need time to edit it and send it. So it's kind of, and it's not just the regular videos, so think about it as a 10 videos.
Yeah.
Because it's much more, so the files are big as well. Yeah. And you can't stream it with any laptop. You can just like you just make simple cleanups with that. It's kind of exactly but it brings you a great experience, which is important.
Yeah, trust me, there's this thing called Event Technology Week. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Yeah, you should definitely talk to those guys and see about going there and showing off and stuff.
I think we're streaming one of this one. I think it's the technology week.
Or even London Tech Week.
Yeah, that's really cool. But there are just few. We have kind of bunch of already, so it's still we need to go for it. Because everybody was that now.
Yeah.
So but we have
You take advantage while it's just you. But some of these professional photographers will start getting this and then taking photos and then they add it to their series. Or even like the guy who's filming, you might also say, I do 360.
we have a team of 4 people that essentially can probably before at the same time. Depending on the quality, but we can always have. So we have 2 people and not more as a friend, but they're no, but this is kind of,
I'll check it out properly when I get home.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
What is she on our bloody...
Kardashian? Yeah.
Buzz Workshop. You see that girl?
Yeah, someone posted it, huh? Funny.
Yes, that's the final point. So if we make any projects and the assets are somehow centralized digital assets, then we will make.
We should have about 10 minutes to begin 2 sessions. We should have about 2 minutes at least.
Yeah, I know.
So this project's but there's other projects that we have that we make that public. You can call the project. So on GitHub, you can find projects you want. You can say that they can take away open projects. Somebody else can take that.
Just show this one to people.
And then publish it to
So this will start in 2 minutes.
Test.
So to do that, I didn't show showing you that
No, he's not in. He's
Go
gone
back to the
on
end.
break.
I was thinking this published, but I can also say
Yeah, I'll start bringing the people back again.
iOS. So download.
Against the smoke with the fire. Sorry if that's with the key. But yeah,
No,
it's going
that's okay.
fine.
So there's an index to HTML. So you just copy that onto your server. Put it over your
Yeah, my challenge right now is design
Are we all settled in?
play canvas.
Let's just take a seat. We'll start in a couple of seconds.
I now plan to break website.
Just sit down, guys, and we'll start in a few seconds, okay?
So things like
office hours. I think I'll have to go to office hours. Oh, cool. That was early.
I now want to present our next speaker of the day. Are we all settled in? Yeah? Should we wait a couple more minutes? 2 more minutes? Okay. All right. We'll be talking about real sense. I think it's looking like one of the most promising technologies today for Intel, to my awareness. We'll listen to our next speaker talk about real sense. Yes.
We have sound outside.
Greg, do we have sound outside? No. Okay. Okay. So, get water, you're good, you're set. Questions? Alright. Oh, people are coming in. Want to settle in? We're starting in now. Welcome back. Yeah. Are there good cakes? Ooh. Someone's around the corner though. All right. Now we're inviting. Okay. Like I said, let's listen to Real Sense. This is a new technology by Intel. So let's give a warm round of applause to Nando Sonar. Nando, welcome.
Hello everybody, and thank you for warm welcome. I'm Nandikishore Sonar. I'm a software application engineer at Intel, and I'm managing customers on technical side and working on technologies and platforms, Intel platforms, where customers can come and utilize their technology on Intel platform, such as IoT and RealSense. I'm not a gamer, to be honest with you, but I love game if and only if that game is intuitive, it is creating a fun and joy, and it is creating a positive feeling inside me so that I can enjoy it. So I hope you understand my feeling. With that, I'm going to introduce you today what is RealSense and what it is going to bring as a gaming industry. What it is going to bring for you guys here. So let's start with that one. How many of you have used RealSense? Very few people. Okay. How many of you have heard about RealSense so far? So what is RealSense? I'm going to cover this stuff that I'm going to give quick introduction. I will show you various hardware. Some of you might have actually gone through creative demos outside. And we'll go into a couple of modules, their usages, and I will give you some hints about how you can utilize the power of RealSense inside creating your game, and if time permits and if organizing permits, we'll have a Q&A session. So what is RealSense basically? What do you think? It is going to bring a natural, interactive, and immersive stuff in your game, where it includes your touch, your senses like touch, your eyes, your ears, your speech, all that stuff as a human brain. If it brings in, that will be the real that will be the RealSense. That's what we say. So in terms of RealSense, we have product like F200, which is front facing, and SR, which is a short range, and R200 is the rear facing. So these are the camera currently available. So you can see this is R200 camera, and another camera is front facing camera. You can see this. It is doing automatic. Okay. So with these devices, the opportunity for the developer in terms of gaming is that you can take advantage of all the SDK features, software development kit feature, and increase the power of your game. So going ahead, let's see what is inside actually this camera. So this is front-facing camera, and the specification for this camera, you can see from there, it has two-wire camera, one RGB camera with 2 megapixel, and it works on 4th gen hardware or better hardware on Intel platform. Similarly, these devices are currently available on 3.Intel, and you can buy these for $129, and you can. This is basically for developer to start their development, and for some devices it is already integrated in the devices like HP Spectrum. How it works? It works on the coded light technology, where two wire cameras, they send the code and then they receive the code in the same way, and that way 2 wire camera plus 1 RGB camera, it forms a depth plus RGB image, and then all the calculations are done at the hardware, and you don't have to spend that time in the calculation, and you will get that image so that you can process for your game. Similarly, this R200, it works on stereo vision technology, and specifications are almost same, but only check the difference over here, that this is the effective range, that is distance between you, the camera and object needs to be within this range, 0.2 meter to 1.2 meter, whereas for this long range camera, the effective range is between 0.6 meter to 3.5 meters. Okay. Yes, so what is there in this technology is that we have, as I mentioned, that we have peripheral camera, and Intel is basically focusing on peripheral camera currently, as well as some of the devices, they are already integrated, as I mentioned. Front facing is here and rear facing is here. Another good news is that Intel RealSense development robotic kit, we have bundled up this with R200 camera, and this is a small cherry trail based device where you can connect it on USB 3 port, and you can develop robotic related stuff with this one. This is another open source project which is basically developed for IoT, robotics, based on this kit as well, and you can use this for that sort of development. RealSense development kit, RealSense SDK, this is free tool. where you can build natural interface using most of the algorithms which are ready to build for you. And which are those? I will go into detail in next slides. So, as a game developer, you can utilize power of this perceptual computing RealSense SDK and build your own applications. This is based on Windows 8. It supports the platform Windows 8 and Windows 10 and Android is also there. This also supports various languages, C++, C#, Java, and JavaScript, which is more popular for most of the game developer. And it provides multiple algorithms, which I'm going to talk in detail. It supports usage model within a single application between applications, so you can have multiple applications running at the same time. Also, it supports popular game engine like Unity, Unreal, and OpenFrame, and this is another open source programming language which is basically built for electronic art. This is open source, and it includes ID as well. Let's go into detail about what are the modules which can be supported by front-facing as well as rear-facing. So with raw, basically you can get raw depth image from both of the camera, and you can utilize raw depth image for creating your own characters, and you are free to develop your own algorithms from this raw database. Block tracking. Block tracking is basically you can use your hand movement, you can track it. Face tracking. Once you lock your face, you can track that face throughout your scenes. Object tracking similar to once you lock that object, you can track it throughout your scene perception. Person tracking is also possible. Speech recognition in order to do the touchless. Voice control. You can utilize the features of speech recognition and synthesis. 3D face have anybody tried the scanning face demo outside? How many of you have done successfully? Okay, great. Good to see you on that one. Hand tracking. There was also demo on hand tracking with 22 points. We'll talk more about hand tracking. Background segmentation is really good in terms of background segmentation. You can utilize you can shade out the background of the scene. For example, personified Twitch applications, this background segmentation is very useful. The QS control is there. Some of the features are common in both, but to take power of R200s, you can have head, body, scanning, as well as scene perception is a new in this one, and depth enabled photography, where you can take a picture and you can measure the length of item here. Object recognition. I will talk more about object recognition soon. So let's see some front-facing usages. In front-facing usages, there are 78 points on your face which could be captured with depth, and those will be very useful for your pose, your expression, your recognition. On top of that, you can get estimated heart rate, so that you can put your emotion in game. You can see if the person whom you are playing with a game, your friend, if he's happy, if he's frustrated, if he's going to be that expression will be useful for you to identify what are the during your gameplay. Eye tracking, you can these are the position you can check: eye up, down, left, right, top, bottom. So with these 78 points on your face, you can do lot many things. So how could we utilize this in terms of VR and AR applications? So I would like to give some of the examples here. With front-facing camera, there is a real perspective open source, which could be available on this side, GitHub. That has used actually all these head positions where you can identify X, Y, Z locations, and then you could see how nice it is in terms of playing. I just want to show this one. Okay. Yeah. So this is basically based on your head position in front of camera. That's how in front of this camera. The person is moving his head and then showing this fidelity basically. So this is based on position coordinate, face position in the world coordinates. And this is utilizing all your head position and moving the scene of the game according to your head position. Okay. Another thing you can do with this is face expression based on these your 7, 8 landmarks. You can have face points, and you can create avatar like this. It recognises your hand as well, and face expression which are in front of this one. So stand out, then you blow your cheeks, your eyes. Your eyebrows as well. So I think with this effect you can definitely make your games very interactive and very immersive. That is what is the message. Okay. Moving ahead on hands you can have with 22 joint skeleton here. You can detect both sides of your hand. It detects left hand, right hand, and we have some predefined hand gestures where you can say thumbs up means okay, thumbs down means not okay. So those all predefined gestures could be immersed into your game, so that your games could be touchless. Okay, and it could detect all the fingers. Alright, if you are very curious to do development, this is just what you need. You just need this DualSense camera, front facing, and DualSense SDK, which is free. It has its own API where you can easily program it. Beautify gaming engine, great content display, such as Oculus Rift, and this is how to do that step by step is given here, which I could possibly show you. And this, oops, and one of these. Let's say is my, yeah. So this is, all those steps are here. You can do step by step how to configure Oculus Rift for this, which gives you, in conjunction with DualSense camera, you can create nice demos in VR film. Okay. Moving ahead, let's switch to this rear facing. In AR field, this is really interesting. We can utilize object recognition, depth enabled, photography and videography. The middleware is there for you to develop your applications. It also detects object, and there are multiple objects. I will tell you in detail which are objects. Another use case is that you can measure. This is the measurement and capability. I know this is not relevant to game, but I would like you to consider this option. Maybe inside game you could possibly utilize this concept creatively to measure few things. And let me show how it does on the spot with this middleware. So sorry for this small video. I cannot expand this one. So by detecting this object, it is giving you the dimension of that object on the spot. So this is measurement interval. So this is based on R200 camera, which is rear facing. This way you can utilize real sense R200 camera feature where you could measure something and then imagine you can utilize this in your game. Another AR application which I would like to show you is 3D object. This is a really good demo. I like this one. This is one of my favorite. So you might have seen this before. YZ is our customer where you can, they have created small demo in VR. This is, the background is actually, you are emulating your game inside your background. So I'll always not there. Include it. Yeah. So in actual real background, you are playing this game, and this is based on Windows as well again, and it is utilizing real sense SDK features. So what you need is just this camera, real sense SDK, and you can develop this kind of games, interactive games. Okay. And this is another demo where you can. This is basically home decor. You can change.
Hey guys, this is a tutorial for our home decor demo app Interior. Before we show
but you can imagine that how you can change
please make
your
sure
objects inside
you have
your
enough room for
games.
movement. About 3 by 3 meters should be fine. You'll also need a floor, at least one wall, and some details in the background to help the tracking solution track better. To start the demo, tap the Create a New Design button in the main menu. Stand at the distance of about a meter and a half from the wall, and hold it down in the natural position. Hello.
Sorry about that.
And also, delete the selected item. You can continue your work while sitting down by tapping the snapshot button. This will freeze the current color image, but everything else will continue to work as usual. The last design you made will also be saved for next time, until you hit the snapshot button again. To open your last saved snapshot,
So you can move object here and there. Okay. For AR, it provides more hand tracking, block tracking, face tracking, object tracking, and person tracking, where you can utilize. There is one more demo which is not related to health, but not related to game, but this is body scanning. Due to time, I will have to go to next point. This is important from a gaming perspective that you can change background of background like shading contents, like personify is one of the good example. Shading your workspace where you can, in office you can have graphs here, and then you can point out that what is happening, how much is going on, and what is happening here. In terms of video chat, teleconferencing like Google, you can change your background, you can track your hands as well here. To make it more immersive, you can utilize speech recognition, speech synthesis, and this one also supports Java speech grammar format as well as this. So you don't need to go to the internet for the translation as well, and it supports 8 languages out of the box. Okay. In terms of person tracking, this is really cool that you can detect the person, you can track person throughout your scene, you can change. You can change. You can see this is actually the person face, but this hand is actually animated hand. Okay, so you can do this kind of combination in this. You can track the body parts like head, hand, and various parts of body here. Head, hands, and center mass. These can be identified. You can identify specific person if this is really cool. This was really cool demo in one of the session that you can in terms of VR you can say that okay, let me fly this bird towards this person, so that actually identifies towards that person. Object recognition. In terms of object recognition, this R200 camera, this is specific to the world-facing camera, and we have recently released our R2 release 2 2016 of RealSense SDK, and this is currently supporting 75 object recognize out of the box, and these are the some objects where you can just scan that object, and once you focus on that object, it will be tracked and it will show that this is computer bag, this is box, this is refrigerator, or this is can. So that kind of text or some pictures will come on the screen. So, question to you: how you could utilize power of RealSense? Any guess? I can give you some hints. Here is what you can do. Basically, the facial expression, heart rate, use your real-time adaptivity during gameplay so that you can put feelings inside your game. Face and body reconstruction, you can integrate that into your game. Great background, as I mentioned, that personifying exploit is a great example where you could utilize potential of RealSense SDK. 3D avatar, as we have seen from this face rig, you could utilize that 3D avatar in your game. Motion and head pose, we have already seen an example of that. Object construction, integrate your object, as we have seen from outside that you can scan face and embed that face into the game. That could be possible here. Scene perception, make it a playground. Face, in terms of face recognition, we have seen already we have 78 points where you can scan your, where you can get your face, and based on those blind marking, you can perform animation. Ball tracking and hand cursor, I do have a great example for that. Let's see some of this in action. So this is basically from hand tracking and blob. This is really easy to implement. This is how you can make your game interactive. Let me proceed a little bit faster. Another good example, my colleague here, Oli, who is present, luckily, here, and he is lucky to play really nice games of racing, car racing, and he's having this SR 300 camera plugged on top of this steering wheel, and this is used for head motion. Okay, thank you. So based on head motion, you can see how it is useful. Okay, so that scene perception is changing according to this head motion. Come on, fast, hurry. So So this gives you more intuitive or natural interaction between when you are moving your head, your scenes are changing. Well done. And this is another demo which you might have seen outside, where you can embed your face. This is my colleague Zavia, who has embedded his face after scanning, and this is immersed into this game. So, message here is that utilize the potential of RealSense SDK and make your game interactive, immersive, and differentiate your game using potentials of RealSense. That is all I have today, and thank you very much for listening. You do have, last but not least, you can get more information on these links and detail of the devices if they are available for the same. Thank you. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Please feel free to contact me. I'm outside at booth, Intel booth. So, thank you much again.
Do another one.
So, in recap, we've been listening to our speakers talk about game design. We've been listening to talk about game development. We've listened to the latest cutting-edge technology and VR. But what would be a game without its music, right?
That's really interesting.
And so for our next speaker, this speaker really hits home, not only because she just flew in from Los Angeles, California, but because as a kid I remember spending countless hours playing Prince of Persia. And so let's give it up for our next speaker, game composer, Penka Kuneva.
Good afternoon. I'm exceptionally happy to be here. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Penka. I have composed on Prince of Persia, Forgotten Sands, on Transformers, Revenge of Holland, and a very large number of iPhone games, Steam games, from the smallest to the biggest. I also started in film, and the moment when I began working in games, my heart was in games. I just felt this perfect match, like a perfect marriage, a perfect relationship where you feel you belong to a community, to a business, so I became the biggest convert from film to games. So in addition to being a composer, I also work with other composers in the capacity of their arranger for the big orchestra. I most recently worked on Bloodborne. How many of you have played Bloodborne? Okay, because I went Gears of War 2 and 3, two of my most emotional, amazing experiences I'm so grateful for. I've worked on every single Blizzard game since 2006. World of Warcraft, StarCraft, Diablo, Overwatch, which has had a big release, and again, as an orchestral arranger. And I also have worked on some really nice films. Ninja Turtles is just releasing this weekend, and I was the lead orchestrator. So, I wanted to talk to you about what the music does and how the music helps. Most of us know already the music is that emotional depth. It gives you the heart and soul of the game. But also maybe what people don't suspect is that the music becomes a very powerful device how to brand your game, how to make your game unique and set it apart from your competition. So the music can help you hone in on the genre, create the worlds, create the characters and flesh them, that emotion, delineate the reflections, also The music is going to tell you the story, the time, the location. This is all that music helps you create. Even more importantly, the musical experience makes the gameplay experience memorable and makes it distinctive. Just think for a moment what you remember from playing your favorite games. For instance, Mario. Mario has a very distinctive music. Can you just picture it in your ear? There you go. Thank you. Tetris. Tetris is one of the biggest earworms ever in the world. Or Halo with that chant, the male chant. That, in other words, that music becomes married to your experience, to your memory, how you play the game. For me, I'm a gamer, but I get beat pretty easily. So Modern Warfare 2, I never graduated from this one level, kept being beaten by the game. I'll never remember that one whole level droning in the key of D minor. That was the key of the level. And that's my memory of playing Modern Warfare 2. So, for game composers such as myself, one of the most important tasks is to create a world of sound and music, and I use these terms on purpose, that matches the vision and the aesthetics of your game and fits like a glove. Music is also going to even suggest the platform. For instance, think for a moment, think about Highlanders. Kids game, or think about an iPad game, or think of a shooter like, Mass Effect 2. The music brands that platform. We were talking about how music makes the gameplay a memorable experience. That's one of the big functions of music. But also think, in today's market, there are thousands and thousands of games. And your job is to set your game apart. As you monetize your game, your goal is to set it apart. And music is a powerful device to create a unique score, a unique experience. And to set your game away from the competition. And finally, last but not least, amazing score so totally elevates the production values of your title. So with this talk, I hope to give you practical tips and the collaborations and the creative talks that go on between the developer and their creative team, their collaborative team, including the composer. So when you have reached a certain point in your development, when you have, concept art or a playable prototype, then you approach your collaborators. And the most important thing for any of your collaborators, be that your artists or composers, is that you come to us with a pretty cogent vision of your game. We want to know what you see. We want to understand your vision. This is really important. It's important for me. Then we start asking questions. What is the genre of your game? What is the visual and gameplay aesthetics? I'm personally a very visual person. I need to see things, and the moment I see an image, it speaks to me so powerfully. How does your game fit in a lineage of similar games? I'm also a huge, gigantic history buff. I just so love to talk this morning because to me, I see history and lineage as this wonderful tradition, wonderful thing. So I would always ask my collaborators, how does your game fit in that lineage? And then even more complicated questions like how are you balancing your innovation with tradition in your style and your mechanics? Because part of being innovators is being aware of what's new and what's traditional. So that's also kind of a good question I like to ask. And then also, how do you subvert the tradition? Like for instance, have you played Bioshock or Bioshock 2? Remember sometimes there were surprising choices, unexpected choices in a way of subverting tradition. And finally, we start talking about tastes. I just ask people, what's your favorite music? What do you like to listen? What is on your iPad? As a creative artist, it's my job, and it's really important for me to understand the tastes of my collaborators. I mean, I have to be able to, speak with you at that level of knowing your taste and understanding your taste, because intuitively I know that at one point or another you will want to hear your favorite music somewhere on favorite style. So I wanted to talk about a really good example that I recently worked on. So just before I talk about Bloodborne, usually after so many conceptual conversations and so many talks, what the developers do, which we love, is they put together a folder of music, which we call Style Guide. In movies it's called Temp Score, and it's basically kind of a shorthand communication that the developer gives me for me to know what music they like. So I will discuss the kind of conceptual conversations that went on very cross-cultural, very complicated AAA titles. How many of you have played Bloodborne? So it's a horror game that takes place in a Gothic Victorian fictitious town, Yarn. Its inhabitants have been afflicted with a plague-like disease and turned into hideous monsters. So, going in the aesthetics and the story of the game, the first question we had to ask, we had to define, what is Gothic Victorian music? And then the next question is, on a fundamental level, what is horror music for rhythmic monsters? So already with these questions, each one of us has ideas, right? So the goal of the composer is to ask these overarching questions, general questions, and begin with what I call begin with the big picture. Because once we figure out the big picture, the big vision, then the details fall into place. So this is a game created by the Japanese studio From Software. They're very well known for their Demon's Souls and Dark Souls series, and they already have a very established sound. They're also known as indie hardcore games, and they have a gigantic fan base. So by having the same composers compose Bloodborne, we already knew that that's going to be sound, and it's going to be similar. However, the Japanese composers wanted to expand that sound and make it more appealing for an international audience, also because Bloodborne was going to be the flagship title for PlayStation 4. So they invited 3 American composers. There were 6 composers working on the film, and this is why it was even more important to have one cohesive vision, one cohesive vision. So finally, after months and months of research, in which all the Sony studios were involved, from Japan, from London, from the West Coast, the Sony music producers, Mitsuturo, Chuck Dowd, and Keith Leary, decided to use that score, Bram Stoker's Dracula by Wojciech Pilar, as that musical model, musical inspiration for the entire score, to keep the sound and the style. So then, the biggest question that after we have honed in, and then the questions become, so what are the elements of the music that will work for your score? And then the opposite question is true too, what elements will not work? So, again, the question is how other similar scores have been scored in the past in similar games. What are your favorite scores in this case? We had a very visionary game maker, Mr. Miyazaki, who had a very strong, very distinctive and unrelenting vision about his game. He made composers revise the music a lot. So these are the questions we asked. So this is the team of composers, 3 Japanese composers, 3 American composers. I was the lead orchestrator in this job, additional composer, and my job was to unify, like a glue, unify the work of 6 people so that we have 3 hours of music, and it sounds as if one person composed it. And how we achieved this through conversations about the style, and also through the orchestra, choosing a particular, again, making very deliberate choices. All the choices in creativity are deliberate. I mean, we don't just, sometimes you have random success, but for the most part, in these initial conversations, we have to establish what is going to work. So, we honed in on a classical orchestra, strings, brass instruments, percussion, solo voice, small, mournful and vocative, and very prominent choir, very difficult choir, that sings in that requiem oratorio style, and for a moment just picture, it's the very heavy choir. Like the opposite of that would be like the ethereal choir, but this one is requiem choir, very expressive. And also in horror music, there's a whole repertoire of orchestral effects, like clusters and tremolos, and certain things the musicians do to make it horrific and scary and just spine-tingling. Now, the question not to use, again, defining what does not belong in the score, the music producers decided that no electronics, no synthesizers, no wind instruments such as beautiful flute solos, and no modern grooves were to be used in this score because they really wanted to keep it pure and anchored in that Gothic Victorian aesthetics. So that's the other big question, what belongs and what does not belong in the score. Here are some of the images. Now, how we started, we all got, after we signed the NDA, we all got these images, so that's like the general imagery, and then we started talking about the orchestra. So, what we're going to use, elements of horror scoring, more guidance came down. I started participating in the conversations, so we're going to use orchestra, clusters, effects, a particular kind of harmony, that is dissonant, very dark and horrific. Another big choice that the Bloodborne makers made is to use music only for the boss battles. So the entire gameplay is with ambient sound, and it's spooky and suspenseful. You don't hear music just randomly. The only time when you hear music, you know you're up for a boss battle and the boss is coming. So really, that's what the music only plays, besides the game load and the pub. So driving rhythmic patterns for action music. The choir is very loud, just the most prominent element of the score. By the way, I encourage you to check it out, it's pretty fantastic. Somber, nightmarish, diabolical, tormented, emotional, just really amazing choir. Melodies, melodic phrases that are very expressive, almost like opera. I'm going to play one in a second. Melancholy music, which is the music for the game loading at the beginning, and the hub, where the hunter goes to rest and stock on weapons. Here's another image. I got to see all these before writing first note, which was very helpful. So I'm going to play the boss battles. So it's composed by Chris Velasco. I was the orchestrator. It's used for the Chalice dungeon bosses. What happens in this battle is there's a powerful melodic motif, almost like an operatic motif that goes like and you hear this throughout, the jagged rhythm. There's also that riff, which he plays on over and over with it. And then that's on top. Underneath the top, you have the driving pattern of bass, which is very typical for horror action. And you won't be able to hear it because it's pretty, it's just, there's like a lot of sound effects which I kept. And the choir is very prominent. And in this music, what you hear is this very great distinction between the melody, between the chords in the middle, between the driving pattern, and that's how the music is put together. I'm going to play you about a minute from the beginning of this boss battle. So my next example actually is from sci-fi small game for iOS. It's created by a startup in Palo Alto, and the developers were fantastic. This is like a dream collaboration because they came to me with super clear instructions. This is exactly what we want you to do. And in fact, I'm going to read for you, like basically the text from my brief. So the conceptual guidance went like this. The basic premise of the game is that the mercenaries from Earth are battling over an energy source on an alien planet. To prevent the game from feeling too sci-fi, the creatives kept the time frame near future. This is why the characters have costumes and weaponry that is cobbled together from found parts. And it's not advanced, and it's not too sleek, and still has a very strong, it does not have a very strong sci-fi feel. It's more like a blend. So they gave you this quote, which actually is really important. They said, more aliens, less Star Wars. So just by saying this, it's already giving me aesthetics. Telling exactly where my music is supposed to fit, somewhere between these two worlds, aesthetically, creatively, and musically. So these kind of guidances are really useful between collaborators because you can talk 1,000 words and still express what you want, but this is really useful. I really just love when people are so specific about their expectations. So then we went even more into detail. The visual style is a blend of science fiction and contemporary war game, and the music also should be that exact same blend. Again, not too sci-fi. If you think of sci-fi games, they're usually with electronica and pads and ambient music and electronic only, whereas they wanted more orchestral and electronica blend. So that's it. I'll just show you a little bit of visual. I cannot say the title because it's gonna launch, it's gonna ship very soon, but I still haven't shipped. So that's like the visual aesthetics of the game. So then after we talked about the overall aesthetics, then we started specifically to talk about the score. And again, they were very specific. Music is a tertiary audio element, which means music doesn't have to exist and coexist with all the sound effects, very specific sound effects for the matches, with all the ambiences, environmental ambiences, and everything takes precedence, so the music has to coexist with the rest of the audio. On an iPhone game, you're listening to headphones, there's not much room, there's no surround, everything is going through your ears. We don't have yet the spatial audio and headphones for iPhone games. So I'm going to play the campaign music and the menu music. So the campaign is supposed to be again a hybrid between orchestra and electronica. It had to have pulsing textures, pulsing synths, pulsing for science fiction, very typical element. Also had to have ambient pads, again for the science fiction scoring, and specific patches to suggest science fiction, and a little bit of orchestra. So this is what they want. So they said use this. There was also a list of what not to use, which is very useful, as we talked about. So don't use big soaring melodies, as in kind of big name. No soaring melodies. No busy chord changes, meaning the music should not be too busy, too moving. Because when you have too many moving chords, it kind of creates a sense of momentum or being just too busy. They did not want at all bombastic choir. That was discussed. They didn't want to sound like fantasy. They didn't want to sound like Mass Effect. So with that in mind, then the question became just a very specific question. Okay, your campaign is 6 minutes long. You can afford to purchase music that is like one and a half minutes of music. And this music is going to be looped over the 6-minute campaign. What's the best way to do it? This is a very conventional approach. I'm sure everybody probably has done it or can relate to it. What I delivered to the developers is at the bottom of the card, it says full mix and then submix, which means the same exact music, and I peeled off the strings. So all you're hearing is the synths and percussion. And I gave them one more submix in which I also peeled off the synths. So all you're hearing is percussion. So I gave them 3 options that they could enter, and of course it's the same music, so it matches in terms of rhythm, tempo, harmony. It's all matches, but they have a difference in texture, different in density. And of course I also gave them singers for win or lose. Singers are short phrases. So the way they plastered the music throughout the campaign, and obviously the campaign is interactive, so each time will be different. They started with, just if you look at the bar on the top, that's the campaign, that's the 6-minute campaign. They began with a low intensity submix, maybe the percussion only submix or submix minus strings, and they played it for the first 2 minutes. Then when the match became a little bit more intense, maybe towards the 2nd or 3rd minute of the match, then they introduced the full mix. Again, everything is matching because it's the same tempo, same tonality, and that's the high intensity. And at the very end, like the last couple of seconds, then you play a stinger for win or lose. I'm going to go ahead and play. I'm not going to play the whole entire campaign because it's a minute and a half, but just like an excerpt from the middle. So this is the match, the campaign match music. just a little bit the menu. So menu, same thing. Yes, this is the no. Let me play you menu, very soft, slower music, calmer. I want to give you one final quick example. This was my first game, entering the game 2009, entering the game business, Prince of Persia Forgotten Sands, created by Ubisoft Montreal. Why I brought this because sometimes, quite often, in the game development, a change in vision happens somewhere along the way. This is one example where we had already composed the main theme. Steve Jablonski composed the main theme, and what happened, we worked for about 3 months. I was his team composer, composing the entire interactive music, 2 hours of interactive music. And suddenly a new developer came, he said, I'm changing the vision. We're going to veer away from adventure and go into dark hero, epic hero territory. So what's this music? This music sounds like Disney for all. And actually they tossed the original theme with the words, we don't want Disney for all, and we don't want pirate music. The original theme had that kind of a 6/8 lilting quality. Just think for a moment, SpongeBob SquarePants. That's like lilting 6/8. SpongeBob, that's 6/8 lilting. And then they said, we don't want pirate music. This is like a tragic hero. So the main theme, which had gone through 11 iterations, got tossed. And then this is close to the game release. So we had to compose a second theme, which we did. And again, the new direction was epic action for a dark hero warrior. We had to use a lot of ethnic instruments to support the ethnic identity, Persian instruments, common melodies. The arrangements were exceptionally complex and thickly layered, so they could be peeled off, like onion skins peeled off, to generate the interactive music. That's how Ubisoft generates their system. And then we had choir for the high-level combat. We pretty much had everything in the kitchen sink. Ethnic instruments, orchestral instruments, tons of percussion, soloists, choir. And the no was no Disney for all adventure vibe, no pirate vibe. And they did not want us to use like Western plucked instruments. Once I just used harp support for 2 bars and they made me take it out because they did not want to confuse. Again, to keep the vision clear and to keep the aesthetics and the musical aesthetics clear. So this was the list of no's. And this is just the image. We'll play quickly the game, opening like a minute. This is what I did. Just the intro for the game.
Know that I am a son to King Shah, and brother of Prince Malik, who rules here in our father's name. I did not come here seeking a mythical army. I was sent to study alongside my brother, that someday I might be as great a leader as he is. This territory was once the heart of King Solomon's mighty empire. According to legend, it holds a secret we are sworn to protect. Perhaps that secret is the reason the fortress is much sought after by neighboring kingdoms. Malik was sent here so the army would have a strong commander to discourage attacks. But even Malik's fame and strength could not discourage everyone.
2 minutes for questions.
I just had a question, and so it seems like you do a lot of orchestration work and you do a lot of composition work. Yeah. So I was wondering, what is the major difference you find between them, and which do you prefer?
Actually, I love both. I compose for projects that come my way, and that could be anything from smaller projects to AAA games. Orchestration, I just have the amazing honor to work on the top games, and they give me a sense of, okay, I'm utilizing my skills at the top of my ability. Like the Blizzard games give me such joy. So it's completely two different careers, and sometimes it's hard. I'm able to juggle, but it's Blizzard and the big jobs, and I can't say no. It's just such joy. Plus, it keeps me fresh, it keeps me current, and that's why I stay on that orchestration game career path as well.
Do you orchestrate your own things?
I do.
Hello. I was just wondering, you mentioned working on some slightly, I guess you'd say, lower budget projects, and one would say that for about 130. I was just a bit curious about how you handle ring-fencing a project, client feedback and sort of making sure that, when a client asks for lots of changes, how you kind of manage that process.
That's a really good question. So I come up with a vision that we serve your project. The composer has to do their best. The whole, budgets, deadlines, that's not a consideration. If I make a commitment, that means I have to give my all for the success of your project. Most of the time we get a lot of feedback. We do go through a lot of iterations. The game changes, as we saw many times. That means changing the music. We roll with the punches. I personally don't have any limitations in my contract. Oh, I'm only going to do 5 changes and that's it. This is not how it works. I would do as many changes as the game needs, because it's not about me. It's all about your vision. It's all about the game. So that's my philosophy. I mean, some people have, a limit of 7 revisions. To me, that makes no sense. Especially if the game changes. That Prince of Persia theme was tossed after 11 revisions, and then we had to compose a second theme, which also went through maybe 3 or 4 revisions. So revisions are endless, and we would work with all budgets. To me at this point, it's not about the budget, because the game is fantastic. I would give my all for it to be a success. Other questions? Yeah, over there. So the question is, if I'm working with 5 developers and each one has different tastes and different themes, I have to navigate. My job is to navigate between these themes and ask, what is the value in, and I've done that on another French Ubisoft game. It's like 5 of the developers submitted their favorite music, and it was like we're making 5 different games. That happens too. My job is to unify the vision and understand what is it about each piece of music that they like or spoke to them. And I ask questions. I ask big questions and kind of sit on it. So there are a lot of conversations that go on. My job is to navigate. My job is to reconcile these questions. To come up again, it has to be a coherent vision. The music cannot be hodgepodge. I cannot be jack of all trades. For the game to stand on its own, it has to have the visual aesthetics, the music that supports that, and it sounds like a unified piece of music. And we talk a lot.
Do you see more than one piece of music when you deliver for the first time, or do you have like a prototype? You have 2 or 3 prototypes, and
I submit music relentlessly. Right now in a AAA game, I'm already I submit 20 prototypes.
And you just pick one.
No, they pick them all, they use them for different things. And we're still prototyping. The game is not going to get released until 2015. No, I'm very hands-on, kind of very proactive, very collaborative. This is how I am. But prototyping is really important in games, because you guys take a long time to come up with a game, a playable build, and my job is to follow that, to support that, to make it, help you find the vision, kind of help you put your finger on a pulse of what the music is going to do. So, yeah. Okay.
I think I'm just wondering, how do you
initiate the proposal process?
For games, so I'm given environments, characters, costumes, some kind of storyline, very long and complicated brief, which I read, take hours and hours to read, and think about it. So already I'm being given so much information in terms of aesthetics and preferences, and also, again, speaking about history, I love studying the genres, like the different genres of games. So, and the most important thing for me is to come up with thematic ideas that capture the essence of the game, the emotional essence, the storytelling essence, the mechanics. So, these are the kind of, I think I tend to be pretty cerebral, like pretty thinking, but I'm also very physical. I just kind of let the game hit me in the gut. I have to have a physical response to it, some kind of just bodily, I have to be excited. Or I play racing games, I play arcades. So, it's a combination. It's how you think, your knowledge of the past games, but just having a physical, emotional response to what you're given. Sometimes I cry. Gears of War 3 is one game that has made me cry. So I have to have that.
Take that one more question, and then if everybody's all right, we can continue with this Q&A.
Yeah.
We have a move to localize music rather than creating a global sound across all the different markets.
Prince of Persia was all about using ethnic instruments. We recorded Moroccan musicians, Persian musicians, Armenian musicians, yeah, very much so.
What meant was to restrict the games to different markets around the world. Sometimes a global language doesn't necessarily exist.
Yeah.
If you need to get that down to the immensely right place, different music for different markets for the same game.
I haven't been told to ask, I haven't asked you different things. I assume maybe there's a person in the implementing team that is doing that. I've been asked to deliver a lot of assets, and then they pick and choose from the assets what to. Does that answer your question? I guess yes, but it's not me who's doing it. It's the implementing team, the audio team, that is in charge of that, because they're more attuned, and that's what Kate is going to be talking about. She's amazingly attuned with the whole issue of localizing and cultural sensitivity. So, but I'm not privy to these discussions. It's the local team, the team that's making the game, that has to be sensitized to global cultural issues. My job is to deliver just against in stems, so it could be cleared off.
Do you have any afraid if we take one or two more questions? Or
Up to you guys.
last two questions?
You mentioned Gears of War 3. What game have you worked on as evokes the biggest emotional response in
Gears of War 3.
Gears of War 3?
That's, I just so love this game. Just feel so honored to have worked on it.
Well, thank you very much. It's really interesting. My question is, have you been purely electronic music scores on in your orchestration?
I've done that on actually a space game. A couple of space games just pure electronic, just like pulses and just very light. And I would love my background is classical. I was classically trained, but in Hollywood I stepped out of that and embraced the entire vernacular. But yeah, I would love to. I'm very open to always learning new skills and kind of stepping out of my comfort zone. And that's how we grow as artists, by stepping out of one's comfort zone. So, yes. Thank you.
Think I can ever, you guys. So we have 5 minutes before we jump out to our next speaker. So if you just want to stick around or catch some water, feel free to get some refreshments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. It was great that you were able to make it. We really put it hard to have you here. So we were like, please check us over here. When are your office hours? 5 to 6. 5 to 6. Okay. The office room is right next to the entrance desk. I can show you. Do you want me to come with us? Somebody.
Just being very, very rigid. So great presentation. Thank you. It was really inspiring. I'm a game developer.
We'll give you some hand mics. Get the organisers to help work out which mics to use. Which mics? How long have we got now?
I think we're going to start like 5 minutes later.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll go a little longer.
We'll just check.
Under interrogation.
Actually, I even stand. You know me, I like to row. So just so you know, the organisers want to start in about 5 minutes, but being me,
I'm going to just talk for a little bit, and then we'll kick into the proper kind of discussion in a bit. I mean, there's so much stuff going on in the space of this kind of whole idea about making games and making money out of games. Let's just start off with some light stuff before we go into the proper topic. Games as art, games as commercial property. Is there a difference?
There's difference.
Put your mic up. Go on. We're just going to carry an impromptu topic. I like that.
I don't see any difference at all.
The mic's. We'll see. Yeah, we're just going to carry chatting because we're having fun.
Okay.
We're going to start. This is like an informal.
This is a warm up. We're in the warm up so that you guys feel excited when we actually start talking properly.
Yes.
So, go on, then what you say, Steve?
Will they then think that the real panel are going to turn up? And then
Don't worry, when it gets to the real panel, I'll make it really clear we're starting properly, don't worry.
Well, I guess the short answer is games is commercial interest in games is art. It isn't like a binary linear thing. And I think you can sit anywhere on the gradient. Like some games are games as art, and that's their expression of form and emotion, and they're incredible. The chances of them making money is probably very slim. But a lot of those people aren't doing it for that.
But maybe Ed or Rizwan will put it. Maybe Ed will put it in the Smithsonian.
Exactly. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you've got games as pure commercial interests that aren't actually worried about art, but they're making their art direction based on what they think will sell well, what's going to engage the audience the best, and they're making purely on commercial decisions. I think actually as a team, we sit somewhere in between. We try and make crazy art-based games that will eventually hope to make money. So you can run the gambit. But I think it's important you decide where you want to be on that spectrum because the outcomes will be driven by that. Don't make an art-based game and think you're going to sort of make a fortune.
So Steve says, I want you to.
It's comparable to film industry. The film industry you have Hollywood. It's all about commercial, making money, and everything's a gamble based on how much you can turn it on. Yeah, from the other spectrum, you've got art house and you've got industry. And if you know what you're doing going in, you know where to get your funding, you know therefore what you're aiming for. And what we turn into.
But I'll try, before I pass it to Des, I want Des to come in as well, but I think there's an argument that design makes us have to be better, because I think games as a medium is designed for an audience, and design is focused on satisfying an audience need, arguably, whereas art is often an expression of the artist.
But then also, from an art perspective, art is subjective. So
True.
Your opinion of whether or not something is art is somebody else's rubbish.
But that's an interesting dilemma, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it about our intent, or is it about the process?
Or is it, the old advantages are the meaning of art is defined by the viewer. So yeah, exactly. But I think your intent when you start will influence that. And you can have very commercial success. Depending on what you define art as, if you define art as a medium that delivers emotional resonance, you can do that within a very commercially successful product. Naughty Dog do it pretty well. They have emotional content on their game, but they're a Hollywood blockbuster style film, and you can still cry at Hollywood.
I'm waiting for Des to say he doesn't care about the whole thing. Just make it like with Des.
That is pretty much it. This stuff is right. There's space for everything, and if you put all of it like a big Venn diagram, well, they're not individual silos. There's loads of overlapping sections. It depends on what your definition of success is, where and which of those silos overlap.
But what about this thing about the audience being questioned? Go on, jump. Oh, forget that. Oh, that'll never take off. But actually, isn't that my point? Entertainment is about, it's an experience of the player. It's not about the experience of the creation. I know I'm being provocative.
But it's Venn diagram, right? Yeah. It's that. Yeah, so you can go. I went to see during the play. Went to see the Frankenstein ballet interpretation of Frankenstein. That's art. It's culture. It was also phenomenally entertaining, right? And so it wrapped all of that beautifully in one umbrella wrapper. I've been to see other art exhibitions that are deliberately designed to make you feel uncomfortable. So I wouldn't say that I felt entertained. I felt like I changed my view on life and made me think about things in a different perspective.
What a great way to stop that.
We can get started officially. I just want to ask you if you can just pull up your mics so that everybody in this room can hear you. And will be introducing our panelists today. So,
Yeah, so I'm going to set a bit of a scene about what this topic is about and why it came up. We did a survey at Unity a little while ago looking at how people liked to play and pay for games. One of the things that came up in the survey, I think was fascinating. It's the first time I've ever seen people's feeling about paying for a game from in-app purchase to be less than the percentage of people who wanted to pay for a game by paying up front. Now, being paid by ads was actually vastly more, but it was really interesting to me because I think it really stimulates a question for my mind, which was this question. Have we got to the stage where we've started making people, when teaching players, to hate in-app purchase? And I hear a lot of noise that seems to imply that's the case. And I thought, well, why don't we sit down and have some great guys to talk about it with all sorts of different experiences and backgrounds. So let's see. Do you want to introduce yourself and sort of talk about what you do?
Yeah, I'm Steve Stops. I do 3 things. So I'm director of a not-for-profit shared workspace called the Arts Creative Space in Leeds, inspired and provide low-cost accommodation for game developers. I'm part of a small independent game team called Team Lumo. We've been making mobile games for the last 10 years, and it's free-to-play and paid mostly with Colo. And then I'm a producer by trade and analyst, so I spend time with people looking at analytics and game production.
I'm Tanya, and I own a company called Digital Jam, and we work across the entirety of the entertainment sectors. So games, films, TV, comic, the whole lot of them. We also work in VR. I am also a collaborator with this young man in something called Baby in Game.
Which is a organisation where we are, kind of addressing the sort of like diversity balance in video games, broadly entertainment, and we're doing good stuff. So watch this stuff. Personally, I've been in video games since 1998. I'm older than I look. So I've got my own company, Autogene. There's 2.5 of us. We're making a game called Hyperstellar, which you'll see outside later. And yeah, like Steve, I'm a producer by trade, so I also pitch my services to people willing to pay.
Well, I'm not a producer. I get paid to think about problems game developers face, which is kind of nice. And so let's sort of get to the heart of this question. You know, what's happening in terms of games at the moment? Particularly, let's take the mobile, because mobile's where I think the sort of most interesting stuff in terms of what's going to happen in the next sort of 5-10 years in the whole space of games. And, you know, are we dealing with a top 10 that's been the same for nearly 3 years? Are we seeing revenue coming from ads versus in-app purchase? What do you think is the state of play right now?
I think there's lots of things that make it really tough. So anyone who's looked at the data will know that there's probably, I think the current number, every time I do a panel or a talk on this, the number goes up frighteningly large. I think we're up to now 500 apps a day on the iOS App Store alone. So that's like 3,000 a week. So if you're releasing a game into that space, you're releasing a game where there's 12,000 new games every week. And if you look at the front page of the App Store, how many feature slots there are, there's probably room for about 30 or 40 games in common position on that slot.
So the revenue has not gone up to the same extent, has it? So I think the median average revenue for a game is like $400.
Yeah, and it's dropping. And you're starting to see for the first time actually we're getting to smartphone saturation. We're seeing the actual install base starting to plateau because most people who've got a smartphone, want a smartphone, have got one. So you're starting to see that shift. And you're seeing it across, and this isn't limited just to mobile, you're seeing exactly the same pattern mirrored on Steam. So don't suddenly go, well, mobile screwed, let's run Steam. In the last 5 years, 5 years ago, there were 75 indie games released on Steam in 1 year. Last year, there were 2,000. This year, that's growing exponentially. I think we're going to have 5,000, and it's growing faster. So don't suddenly go, well, it's screwed, mobile screwed. Problems run deeper than that. But I think the revenue models and business models of mobile are reflective of the audiences and also the economics. So most people who play mobile games aren't playing mobile games, they want a deep, rich experience. They want to be distracted while they're on the toilet or they went for a bus, right? So that's why people aren't paying for mobile games, is because who wants to pay to be distracted? You don't put value in being distracted. We're just using it because none of us can stand up and stare at reality for longer than 5 minutes at a time. So we need to be distracted from the reality of experience while waiting on the bus stop because we can't get to the
I'm not sure I quite agree that that's the only reason why people buy those games, but let's let you run with that for a little while. Yeah.
You need some kind of ideology to start with.
Yeah.
So, and that's why the majority of people aren't paying. There are people who pay, Nicole's economy, you sell mobile games and people pay for them. And you can sell them, but it's much, much tougher because most of the audience are looking for entertainment, and that's why we're seeing growth of free to play. There's some other reasons that are economic reasons.
Let's let the conversation move on. Yeah. Can I help as well? There's a chance as well. Let's question that over for a second because I think there's a. Is it the factor of the nature of the audience, or is it a factor of the saturation of the market? Do you have a feeling about that?
Well, we're seeing the economy mature, and that's normal, and that's totally to be expected, especially when we're looking at the nature of what an app store actually is. The longer it exists, the more people there will be. In the same way that we need to put a video up on YouTube. In the first year there might be a million, but give it 5 years, and there'll be 2 million people that watch that video. It's the same thing. It's just a maturing of the market, and the smart money will be on identifying alternative routes to monetization rather than focusing all your time and attention on what is essentially a maturing market. So it's no surprise, therefore, that a lot of people are running towards VR without any real understanding necessarily of the market or why they're doing it, but thinking, hey, it's a new market, it's a new app store, it's a new market that I can go in there and stake my claim early before it becomes like the app store is right now, like the current mobile market is right now, or the Steam market.
But is that a more limited way of looking at market? Because it strikes me that we're always chasing where the next market is, rather than looking at how can we actually consolidate where we are, get people to do more things in the game, and to get them to do it more often.
But what we're talking about is natural econometry, the way that economy works, and the way that economy is going to work is always going to mature. So what we need to be doing and be thinking about is actually what is going to be the next evolution of that market.
Or perhaps the word disruption should come in.
Or before just really quickly, what we can also just think about is you don't need to be in the top 10 to make a decent living.
But he does have a
point.
He does have a point, which is, you don't need to be in the charts all the time to actually make a decent living.
I want Des to say this because he's going to cut through the app.
No. And these last 2 points you just made is exactly where I stand from. So I come from the old school method of if you build something awesome, enough people play it, you'll get loyal fans and you can grow that way. And to touch on the exact point of you'd have to be in the top 10 to make a lot of money, that's how I come from it. So we just think, I only care about positive ROI. So everything that we do, if we spend £10, I want to make £11 back. That's it. Or even a penny back, but I'm impatient. So yeah, like Oscar was saying, I don't agree with people running to new markets. I mean, it is a thing if you're already a mature company. Okay, yeah, you can put 3 or 4 people on that and take advantage of it. But right now, I'm not going to rush into VR because I'm not into it at the moment. I want to watch everyone else make their mistakes the same way everyone made the mistakes of mobile. And just to go to the actual title of the talk, is have we told everyone to hate IAPs? Initially, yeah, because we were using psychological methods to generate that income, and we weren't offering valuable experiences. But as Tanya said, the market's matured, people are getting better at it, and you can buy free-to-play games with valuable IAPs. So yes, initially, but now I think IAPs are right.
You made a really interesting point there about psychological methods, but I'd actually argue that we haven't been using psychology. We haven't been using or understanding psychology properly. We've used grind. We've used the kind of you can't continue unless you pay. But actually, if you look at there's a piece of psychology called consumer behaviour as risk, which looks at the kind of different forces that mean that we generally don't buy anything unless we can solve these problems. So where is our expectation of delight? Where is our fear of missing out? What's the social context of this thing I'm doing? And why should I set aside the other things I should be doing in my life?
I think
lots of people, I think Des is partly right. I think people are quite clumsy, particularly new independent developers who saw the free-to-play thing moving and moved into it in quite clumsy ways. I think you're right what you say. I think there's an old adage, and it's normally this impression normally comes from old school games, where people who spend money on IA think are stupid. I can tell you now, my consumers aren't stupid. I'm really clever, discerning, interested consumers. But my job, anyone who makes games, free games, paid games, you need to offer value for money. We offer a different thing in the free-to-play world, where we say to you, play our game for free, have an amazing time, and don't spend any money unless you like our experience. And if you like it enough, then you can choose to give money or not. And if you don't like it, just stop playing it, or carry on playing it for free, depending on what the business model is. You think of that compared to a box product game, where it comes out on day of launch, you've heard loads of great previews about it, you rush out and buy it, stick it in your console, and it's shit. And then you spend 50 quid, and then you're hoping
forever.
Yeah, and there's loads and loads and loads of examples that have been brought out like that, where we say, just play it if you love it, give us some money. And if we don't offer value for money, then people aren't going to spend.
I have to throw a little kind of, because there's some actual science on this. Bong Park and I forgot the name, but Park and Leigh in South Korea wrote a paper about why people spend money on in-app purchase in free-to-play games. And do you think it might be because they like developers? Anyone? No. How about that they like the game? Anyone? No. It's because they expect future value. Very clear. You know, I might like the game. It's great, but I'm only going to spend money if the thing I'm spending money on is going to give me something I will value. And that's added value research. I think you're right.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, the similar research in behavioural economics shows that you almost don't need to give the value at the end. It's about perception value at the start. Yeah, and you can give zero value.
Nice. We want
value. No, of course we do. Because we want people. If someone spends and you don't then deliver on the value, they won't ever spend again. And real free-to-play economy. So we've seen in one of our games recently where we didn't do it right, where our initial spend is really good. So we have our ARPU is about $5.99, which sounds great, right? We get 3%, nearly 3% conversion rate. Our LTV is through the floor, it's rubbish. And that's because we're not offering long-term value. So people spend it, and then they're continuing to play, and they're going, oh, I don't feel like I'm getting value for the money I spend. And our economy in free-to-play is built on continuing to compete and spend.
So I did interrupt on your own.
Yeah,
so let's let that go out.
I was listening to the point here. Continue.
Karen, I think that's not. I did try to find a natural point.
But I do tend to agree as much as we're talking about psychology. One of the things that we've kind of missed and forgotten a little bit here is actually that as a society, as culturally, we have moved forward. And our users and our audience have moved forward in the way that they understand how in-app purchase works and the way that they understand how entertainment works. Their mindset has changed. Some of our methodology hasn't kind of changed to keep up with that. You know, we work on the basis of prediction, and sorry, this was so famous. I'm not supposed to say it, but you know, I'm talking about people. But we're essentially that's what we're doing. We're creating desire for something that isn't necessarily a living, breathing requirement in somebody's life. Let's put it that way. But we haven't changed the methodologies and the approach that we use in these games, in the way that we build our games, and the way that we design the econometrics within that game to drive need hasn't changed. Yet users and consumers have. The way that they use devices, the way that their everyday life has changed. We haven't taken those things into consideration. So if we're talking about basic psychology and the application of psychology within the way that we design our games, maybe we should be thinking about actually looking around us at the way that people have changed the behaviours that are changing at the moment and how we can adapt those into what we do.
And again, just for clarity, we're not talking about manipulation, we're talking about psychology is for me as a marketeer a tool, because marketers are all about applied psychology. Why does somebody want to do something? And how can we encourage them to desire something? Not necessarily can we make them physically press that button.
The same stuff applies to every game that any game developer has ever made. We've all used psychology, whether we know it or not. We're just becoming more sophisticated in understanding what people behave the way they do.
So Des, what about you? What do you think about this whole kind of principle of historically have we been doing it badly, or is it just the we've got an opportunity to refocus on the value?
So, I mean, we've been fighting about this for a long time.
That's why I want to go on that.
And I remember when free-to-play first turned up in this, guys. Yeah. The problem is, going back to Steve's point about you buy box products. I used to make a lot of box products, and back in the day of Games magazines, anyone remember those?
Oh yeah.
So you used to get demos on front of magazines, and the problem was, if the game was really good, the marketing department were confident, you'd get a demo. If your game was shit, you wouldn't get a demo, because if you look at the demo, you won't buy the game, you'd rather get 30 quid off you later. I used to hate free-to-play. Like, it was super clumsy at the start, and I'm a gamer, right? And again, back to Steve's point, mobile, it is largely a distraction. But I think we're being very sort of kind of like razor thin on definition of mobile, because I think different screen sizes elicit different screen time. So on a mobile phone, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. If you go up to a tablet, you may be looking at 10, 15-minute play sessions, by which case free-to-play might not even be the best monetization model to choose, because you do expect a little bit more quality content on there.
Wound me. Like, there has to be less quality.
I said more quality, it's fine. I think it's alright, free-to-play. There's loads of nice free-to-play games, I just haven't seen it.
Clash around, Walking Dead, No Man's Land. Hearthstone, I mean, come on.
All games I don't play.
I think this makes an interesting point, but I think it'd be fascinating in the next few years, where I think, like a lot of the large console games, are quickly realising. So production cost for console games, because the processing power and everything's going up, production costs are getting higher and higher and higher. So you're seeing more and more games that the $50 box product price point isn't generating enough revenue to actually pay for the development of the game, let alone start making any profit. So you're starting to see people add in these extra layers of IP. But you take, for example, something like GTA 5. Yeah, I'm time poor, relatively cash rich. I don't like going through. I'm never going to play the whole GTA 5. I don't have enough time to play a game that's that big. Yeah, any game that's longer than 8 hours, I'm never going to finish it. But there's whole bits of content I want to play and the sandpit game. If that game enabled me facilities, start dropping money to unlock weapons and vehicles and map areas and stuff, just play, I just want to play it, I would start putting my money into that game. So I don't think the quality, like Oscar was touching on, is driven by the business model. I think what the audience desire is drives the business model.
I'd actually argue the other way around. I think that free-to-play is going to eventually demand actually much higher production.
Because if your game isn't great, people are never going to give you money. So I live and die by retention, right? So if we release a game and I lose, if everyone, we've been lucky so far, touch wood, that we get a lot of feature coverage. So Lumo Deliveries was Editor's Choice and over 1 million installs in its first week. That's a lot of players, right? It's really exciting. The problem with Editor's Choice is that it's like having a shop on a really busy high street. You open the door, people who wander in aren't necessarily customers, they're just passing. So your retention figures and stuff drop. But these are people who walked in the store, so if you can give them a great compelling offering, you've got a chance of keeping them. If I lose all the players a week or 2 weeks later, I'm never going to make any money from my game. So my game lives or dies by the quality of that game experience and how much joy I elicit from my players. They will continue investing time in that game, because eventually they'll hope to spend money. But here's the other two things, just quickly, and I'll shut up there. So number one, big misnomer. Everyone says, yeah, so if you're really lucky, you've done a really good free-to-play game, you're going to get 3% of your audience spending money. 97% of your audience is never ever going to spend money in your game. So advertising and touch on, I'm sure we'll get to in a minute, is a great revenue stream for some of the people who won't spend money. But there are still loads of them who will never watch an advert and never spend money. They are still vitally important, because that person is your free marketing. Because they'll be in the pub and someone they won't play, and they'll go, it's this, it's great. And they'll tell someone, and that person will tell someone, and that person will tell someone, and eventually they'll tell someone who spent some money in the game. So you have to make a great game for the other people who just play your game. They're still your audience, they're still your players, they're still valuable.
Even if they don't tell anyone, their very presence creates a buzz that makes it viable for the person who's going to spend money. They feel that's worthwhile because they're going to get the social capital from, oh look, all these other people value this game, and I've got the hat of wonder, and they don't.
I'm just going to go there because I think it's.
Go there.
I don't know how experienced everybody in the room is to be doing this. I'm assuming that we're making games, but I will
Should we answer the question? Hands up if you're making games.
Good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Glad to see it. So I'm gonna throw this out on the table because it's the one thing that is my bugbear and it pisses the living crap out of me. Whenever I speak to a new studio who wants to go out there and publish them and do all these wonderful things with their mobile game, great, wonderful for you, even if it's free to play. But the first question out of my mouth is always going to be, can I see the forecast? And when somebody looks at it very blankly and goes, but we don't know what a monetization model is yet, that's kind of a worry for me. So I'm just going to reiterate that, in all of this, that actually this is a numbers game. It's not about necessarily creating a pretty game or a good game. It's actually about a numbers game. If you can't prove that you're going to make money somewhere along the process, then I have to question the reason as to why you're sitting down making a game. So I just want to put it out there.
Well, let's ask that question again. So, hands up again, those of you who said you're making games. Hands up. Put your hand down only if you haven't got a forecast. So, the ones who put your hands up, you've got a forecast. Not many.
What are you doing, people? Seriously.
So,
go on then, Dave.
I think, going back to the old days when we were arguing about this, I think this was the discussion we were having. So, not very popular. Basically, traditional games people, the initial issue of free to play is that are they games at all? And the argument was, you come up with the business model first, and then wrap a game around it. I'm not finished. And if you look at King, and I played Candy Crush for about a week, it's a beautiful game, but that company has a model, and they're making models and not games. Candy Crush Saga, Soda Saga, Fairy Saga, bloody I Love Trainers Saga, it's the same game, it's the same model.
It's amazing. It's got basically it's the match 3 that drives a game of Go. That's brilliant game design. Actually, genuinely brilliant game design.
Okay, but I want to come back to this point. Just for 1 2 seconds, I just want to come back to this point, which is just because you've got a business model and a forecast does not mean that you're going to have a shitty game. But
doesn't mean go for it.
My point is.
I'm saying loads of AAA games that had a really good forecast.
It's up to you guys how good your game is, okay? At the end of the day, it's up to you how good your game is. But my point is this: if you don't understand why you're making the game, if you don't understand how many users you expect and how much money you expect them to bring into your game, how long they're going to stay in your game for, you have no idea what you need to focus on. You can't even understand the basics of actually what content do I need to put in here. What next digital content download am I going to create? Because actually, this is what my players want.
I agree with both of you at the same time. And I hate to do this because I promised Nicole that I would like start arguing and trying logic and all sorts. But so we work in an odd way as a team, right? We make, if you looked at our games, you go, this team are trying to make a commercial game. They're like, we use crazy colours. Yeah, our last game's a cat dreaming simulator, where you defend the cat with these crazy star people from medieval mariachi mice that are trying to wake the tower. We're not just following Bob, but we try and mirror both. So what we try and do is, so as an independent game developer, there's no point doing it if you can't love and be proud of what you make. Because that's what we do, right? We want to put our heart and soul into what we're doing. If I don't make money from what we're doing, then I don't get carried on doing it. Right? So you have to have the balance. So we sit down at the beginning and we draw. If you say to someone, "Do you have an idea?" So what we do is we do what we call constrained creativity. We sit down and go, right, what do we want to make? And some people will come up with some stuff, and we use that as our constraints, our edges. So someone will go, well, I want to make a game that's all about decisions and tactics rather than the second game. Okay, that's one pillar. And I'll go, well, I've just noticed in Japan there's geolocation-based gaming becoming this huge thing. This was like 2 years ago, so that'll be another pillar. And between us, we'll draw the pillars. And then from that, we'll have a whole bunch of things that we'll go, this is game type. And then some people say this is the wrong way of doing it. The next thing we'll then do is go, well, who's the audience? Who's going to play that kind of game? And then we'll work out who the audience is, and we'll work out how many of those people are, and then we'll start doing our forecasts. And if all of that stuff doesn't add up, we'll go, we're not going to make a game, because we're never going to make any money out of it. And then we'll go back and repeat the process again. So we end up with the game we want to make, the vision we want to do, but we also have some commercial background and reality to it. We've actually sanity check, we've got HRs.
Isn't that an iterative process anyway? Yeah. Because you say, okay, well, this is a really cool thing to try. I don't think you've got the audience. Well, what if we did this with it? Oh, hang on a minute, that's actually more
That would be really sensible. We don't do that. with the cat game, the art style from the cat game, because we had a French art intern turn up, and we said, what's she going to do for the 2 weeks we're here? And we said, well, just do the artwork for the picture of our game. She did the artwork, and we loved it, and she just set the art direction. So we then try and work out what the audience is and make sure it's something else.
Maybe it's because I'm a commercial person.
No, but you need a commercial head. I think you need both bits. If you don't have the commercial head, then you can't do the other bit of drums and writing.
But there's a really key thing about, which is the problem I think with these two kind of clash worlds of the concept first versus the market, the business model first. And the fact is, it comes down to a phrase that was the first thing I ever learned in marketing. I'm a trained marketeer. I'm in charge of marketing, all that kind of stuff. Labs. But the first line was identify and satisfy consumer needs. It's not how much money can you get out of it.
No.
Now, consumer needs, it's the same as what's the player need. And to me, that's the way that you solve that conundrum. What's the thing that's going to provide the entertainment and joy, and who's the audience who's going to enjoy it?
To put it in a way that the devs in the room will understand your user story. You know what I mean?
Oh my,
Technically, I wear many hats.
Go on, Jess, say something.
No, just quickly before we move on. Everyone in the audience who's done a forecast before, have you heard them?
Makes me cry inside.
Did you hit that forecast on the nose?
Similar project.
But a forecast isn't supposed to be on the nose. A forecast is about estimating.
So why? Yeah, but like.
Let me ask you that question again, Des, as a producer. So do you do a project plan at the beginning of the project? How often does the project plan end?
No, but I'm not arguing to say that production, that's the correct way to do it. Like, I've had one project that's been on time, on budget, I didn't kill anyone. Like, one project has all the games I've ever made.
What I mean is, if you don't have a plan, you don't know what you're measuring against. So if you don't know what you're measuring against, you can't see how it's going. So the forecast isn't there to be a prediction. It's a forecast. It's there just so you've got some idea. So when you're making decisions, you're not, like, as game devs, we get passionate about a game and start making decisions. If you can go, well, is that still right for what we set out at the beginning, that our forecast was based in? Is it still right for the audience we set out at the beginning? Like, sometimes we've made decisions we've got no, and the audience has shifted over here. Like, we started, I think, I got picked up on something like David actually, talked about his app, where I said we were aiming this game at males 18 to 34, and then we had this French art intern coming in with the art style, and then we made a bunch of other decisions, and it became a cuter and cuter game, and our audience shifted towards a female demographic. We weren't worried about that, but we knew that would change our business model and our commercial, the audience changed, but we didn't accept that, and we didn't have a forecast, we didn't know we were making a decision against it, then how would we prepare it, and we'd end up with a game that had one audience, but a business model for different audience.
Which is why most games fail.
Yeah. So let's focus on this audience because let's face it, it's a question we're kind of asking ourselves. But I'm going to dig it a little bit and look at the kind of model of game that came in recently that wasn't in that purchase. Games like Crossroads, games like Walking Dead, which are very highly focused on ad models. How do we feel about that? And then you've got particular views. So let's start with Des and work back to you. How do you feel about ads in games? So that particularly, the difference between a kind of ad as a banner or an interstitial versus a rewarded ad.
So, just to be devil's advocate, like, I don't really mind about any business model that's used. It just has to be executed well, right? And with adverts, going back a year or two, they're really bad. Like banner ads in the game, just like, okay, they look shit, and there's not enough space to make a really good ad. It's matured now. Like, you've got interstitials, which is great. You've got native ads, so you can. So Roadhead did a really good job before they lost a load of money, but they had this real-time ad system so that they could make a change on their server, and they'll push down new ads into their game. And it's beautiful. They trialled it in Angry Birds Go, and it was like it fit the game because it's on an advertising hoarding at the side of the track and not popped up in front of your face, interrupting the game flow. So now I don't have a problem with ads if they're executed well.
I'm gonna say this, which is, first of all, ads don't really make a difference unless you actually have users in your game. So, basic fundamental one is if you don't have a decent size of audience in the first place, ads isn't really going to make much of a difference to you anyway. But the other thing I would point out is actually in the spectrum of the different types of monetization models that are available across different types of gaming, whether it's mobile or whether it's console or anything else for that matter, is very personal to the game. And there is no one size fits all, and it isn't a case of just because you're a mobile game, therefore you must have mobile advertising. It is a case of actually what's right for your audience and what's right for your game, and doing context and being mindful of your audience. And if you're doing those things, if you're being mindful, if you're actually paying some attention to where you are and what the context is in the moment of the game where your ad is popping up, then yeah, maybe you don't want to see some kind of, breast cancer advert in the middle of you blowing shit up. The point is, if you're mindful, if you understand, actually, you might not even need to go down that route. You might be able to just find a partner who is going to want to do this with you. And I've seen plenty of people go down that path.
So that's a question of scale, isn't it? If you've got an audience that can scale to the millions, then an ad-based mechanism seems sensible.
Yeah, this all goes back to, people didn't say about this, but it goes back to forecasting, which is if you can show a roadmap of how you're going to get to that kind of audience size, then yeah, you're going to be able to draw and attract the kind of sponsors or kind of advertisers that are going to want to be in your project, because you understand your audience, you understand how many you have, you understand what kind of habits and behaviors they have, therefore they're going to trust you with their money.
I think I 100% agree. I think one of my bugbears at the moment, loads of indie devs who are pointing at Crossy Road and looking at, in fact, I don't know what the current revenue was, but I know like 3 months into Crossy Road, they earned over 10 million. Mostly from advertising revenue, because their IAP on music.
3 million.
There you go, yeah. And I know they did really well, and they were super excited about it. And I think it was Unity Ads, right? It was, I think all of it was Unity Ads. But here's the thing. Was it?
Yes, it was. Well, not all of it, but we were the largest.
Yeah, well, and that actually is true. I use Fiverr, so it's our ad mediation platform, and Unity's nearly always the top of our revenue. But here's the thing that most people don't know about that. That Crossy Road had the same number of daily active users as Flashbang. Flashbang's making $5 million a day. And so when people point at that and go, oh, look how much money they made, look at the size of audience they had that they made that money from. Now, a free-to-play analyst can tell you they did a horrible job of free-to-play and that's why they didn't make much money. We would all say that it was a small team of people that made a really successful game and the amount of money they made was phenomenal. Yeah? And they don't care what it's arguing, what they could have made, who cares? Yeah? They made a great amount of money. But don't base your business model on their success, because that's like pointing at Monument Valley and saying, look, Monument Valley was a paid game, look how much money that made.
I actually disagree with that. I think it was a very good one.
I know, they executed really well, but it was based on what Tony said. It was based on millions upon millions upon millions of players. And the magic of Crossy Road, I'd never heard of it until we were in a coffee shop, and the owner of the coffee shop just said, oh, have you seen this game? And I hadn't even heard of it. And when people outside the industry are telling me about that, I know that game's got buzz and it's going to be
But the other thing about the Crossy Roads experience, which I was sat with Matt in Amsterdam a couple of years ago, and we had this really in-depth conversation about it and one of the talks at KEYNOTE. And the key thing was the way that it's not just a case of the number of people, it's the frequency in which they want to watch it. And that makes a massive difference.
100% agree. It's one of the things. So here's 2 things I can tell you from our current games we've got out. Limo Deliveries, we put a recent update in, put in interstitial ads for the first time. We put in quite a lot of interstitial ads, but they're opt-in rewarded ads. And my designer said to me, it'll probably reduce the conversion of one of our big IAPs, which was effectively a money doubler in the game, because we offer you the opportunity to double the revenue. But we time these really carefully. So when you have a high value job, it comes up and it says, do you want to double the revenue on this? Just watch that. And we've seen the take up of it is phenomenal. These ads are watched through the roof. We've got a game that's got 10 times as many players and it's delivering 10 times less ads. So this ad implementation is delivering 100 times more ads. But the interesting thing is all the IAPs are going up. And the IAP we were worried about the conversion rate is also going up. For a number of reasons that we talk about.
It's not an ISA case. We've seen it's not 100% the case because not every game is as well designed to do that. Not every game thinks about the connection. But definitely all those games that think about the user journey and how they flow through and how they use ads to initiate that, we all make it a really interesting point.
We have an amazing opportunity in games, right? So Des touched on it earlier, I think really well. Like Banner, so how many people have watched something on YouTube recently? Yeah, there we go. How many people have seen a bloody M&M advert you can't even skip and it makes you watch it for the full duration of the advert? Yeah, but here's the thing. So, and then there's a banner ad. You're trying to watch a video thing, and it puts a banner ad over the middle of the thing you're trying to watch. What they're doing is they're making the experience that you want worse, powerfully worse. They're showing you an advert before you get your content, then they're blocking the content you want to watch by putting up another advert.
TV advertising at least has the decency to let you watch a bit of your program before it makes you watch an advert to continue watching, right? We have an opportunity in games to not only deliver ads that are kind of unintrusive to players, but actually reward players and make them want to get advertising. And then, rather than having the negative association that M&M gets if you force them to watch something, I'll never eat another M&M as long as I live, as a result of this advertising, because I'm now negatively associated. We have the opportunity to make people have a positive association with a brand, which we get to deliver rewarded advertising alongside the
I
brand.
was doing a panel at Unite earlier this week, and I had Yomi from Future Player, I had Zara from Next Games, and Marek from Madfinger. And Yomi is great, because he basically says we don't put ads in when you fail. You only put ads in when you succeed and do something positive. And the net effect of that is increased retention, increased longevity of playing.
Two things. So first of all, just in terms of this whole idea of advertising in games, what I just want to remind people of as well is that actually your game doesn't have to be one or the other. It doesn't have to be in-app purchase or freemium or paid ads or any of these other things. But that, truly when you're looking at your monetization model, it should be an evolution of these things. There are different stages in the life cycle of your game where you should be looking at different types of monetization. So just bear that in mind. It's not all in one basket here, people. There are different options.
You can play it, right? Within your game experience,
yeah.
Will be a
You can have multiple monetization methods happening at the same time. It's okay.
Very good point. No, so that's what we've done at Hyperstella, basically. So, if you make an in-app purchase, we show you those ads. It's just like, I've got your money already, so I don't need to get any more from you that way. It's a really good point about Unite talk about positive reinforcement. My game's a high score chaser, so we can't really gender that kind of method, but
there might be ways. There might be ways.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, no, 100%, and we use data for that. So we're taking a lot of analytics in, and we've got maybe 4 or 5 different types of user, and we're going to use that information to inform our decisions in 3 months' time. We might take ads out completely and think, oh, that's not what we're going to do. We might work out a way to do a positive reinforced ad. But yeah, just to echo the point basically, is that, if we want a million users, all those million users aren't the same. And 5 is a small group to choose, but it's up to us.
So I've been given 2-minute warning, so I would like to try and see if I can get someone to ask a question very quickly. I'm going to have to go. I know you had your hand up earlier, so I ought to give you the chance there.
I can speak loudly. I'm talking a lot about mobile games and what someone read that. What about microtransactions are in console and desktop games?
What about?
Okay. For example, EA can take a stance on microtransactions and sections of full multiple games. Has that caused us to
No, bro. But seriously,
That was so hard.
Well, I was agreeing with the audience. They panel too much. I thought I'd start some controversy in the audience against it. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? If you still want to play games, the games have to make money for the studios, and the cost of games is going up. The audience for console games is kind of plateauing a little bit, so they're not going to grow. So money has to come from somewhere, and it has to come from IAP. And I think it comes down to we're seeing console publishers learning. I think in reality they did a really bad job earlier, and they basically took content that should have been in the box product, held it back, and put it into IAP. And if you do that, if someone sees a piece of DLC they're buying is basically something that should have been in the box product to launch, and they're offering it value, how are you going to do it, right? But if it's offering you value, full loop, if it's offering you value and it's optional, and it's got choices and it's selective and it gives you that sense of progression value, then great, and I think people will want it.
And we are getting told to wind up. So I'm saying one word out each, on the thing you'd like people to take away from this talk.
I
Really.
want to see Steve do this first.
In one word.
In one word. What? Okay, I'll let you have like 3.
Money.
Great.
Normally
The
no
game?
one believes them as they will vote.
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, no. Take away in one word. Take away in one word.
What, more of that?
Yeah, we've taken so much time over, so we'll better stop.
Steve?
Sorry, guys.
Who else is missing?
What's that?
The last word.
I'll take that too then. Like, return on.
Let's take our panelists for today and
One last thing I'm going to chuck out. This year, we're predicted to make 100 million, touch 100 billion in games, 39 billion of which is going to be coming from mobile. First time ever mobile's exceeded PC and console.
tweets keep coming in, so don't forget to tweet. I also want to just, before our next speaker, tell you about a next challenge, another opportunity to win. So when you tweet, you know you are at Buzz Workshop when, and you finish the sentence with the most creative word, you'll also enter to win. Can anybody give me an example? You know you were at the Buzz Workshop when you. Anyone want to?
When you broke.
Good! When you're broke, I'm going to give out a voucher. Thanks for participating. Now, I want to hand it over to our next speaker. She was named one of the top 6 most influential women in the industry of gaming. So let's give it up for Kate.
Thank you. So I'm really happy to be here, and I run the International Game Developers Association. If you're not familiar, I will describe a little bit in a minute here. What a lot of people don't know about my function as executive director, I'm also a geographer and a cartographer who's worked in the game industry for over 20 years doing what I call culturalization work. And so what I'm going to talk about today is my culturalization work more than the IGA stuff, because frankly, well, they're both interesting, but in different ways. The culturalization stuff, you've probably not heard a talk quite like this before, so I hope you'll stick around. But first, just in case you don't know the IGA, so basically we exist, we are the world's largest professional association for anyone who makes video games. We have over 130 chapters around the world, including one here in London. We've got special interest groups in different functional areas like production, writing, localization, all this other stuff. And our focuses are essentially to advocate on key issues that affect developers. So you may have heard us be very vocal lately about crunch time. We announced a big initiative at GDC this year. We were very vocal in the last couple of years about the need for diversity in our industry. We also are really keen on professional development because we believe that game developers always need to keep getting better at what they do. Some game developers don't believe that, but because they know everything, right? But no, we really want people to continue to improve, and one of the ways to do that is through networking communities. You be a part of the community, you learn from other people, you find a mentor, you be a mentor, and just expand your educational opportunities. And we also really want to focus on international awareness and cooperation, which is one of the key things that our IGA chapters do. So they work together across the world to basically be a single community of game developers and work together. So in my job as executive director, I do a lot of stuff like make weird designs when I'm talking, and go to different events, I visit studios, I participate in game jams, and I just meet with government officials. That was in Tunisia back in January, and I also do a lot of speaking. Why am I dressed as Indiana Jones? I'm demonstrating Force lightning because I'm such a dork. I actually am an avid cosplayer, so I'm getting ready for San Diego Comic-Con, and it's because I have a daughter there on the right who's an amazing costume designer. That's what she does for a living. So when I get to travel around, I get to go to cool places, like I spoke in Norway
and then of course I was in Tunisia in January. So anyway, the bottom line here is I'm a total geek, I'm a total dork, and I love video games. I've been a gamer since this showed up in our store when I was 7 years old. That's how old I am. And for us in that community back then, it was really akin to this moment. It was a life-changing, evolving moment for all of us, because when that thing showed up, it's like we'd never seen anything like it. We'd interacted with this object, and we basically became something different, which was gamers, which really didn't, before that it was just board games and pinball. But as a gamer, just to give you context for my background, so I'm not a stuffy academic geographer, even though I've played that role before, but I'm also a geek and a gamer. And so what I want to talk about as we talk about culturalization is set the stage first. So I think most everyone knows what localization is. It's translation, other functions to basically adapt the game content for other cultures and languages. Well, localized versions of games account for about 50% of the global industry's revenue. That's huge. That's a huge amount of revenue produced by the activity of localization. And if you look at some of the projections like PricewaterhouseCoopers, they show that the game industry is still growing pretty strongly through the next few years. And so it's not slowing down even during the economic downturn of 2008 to, recently. Games were still going quite strongly. And we're seeing the potential of double-digit growth in a lot of emerging markets. Of course, most of this is in mobile, but nonetheless, look at these numbers. 22% growth in Nigeria over the next few years, and that's pretty staggering. Social and casual gaming is going to overtake traditional gaming like PC gaming and console gaming in India and South Africa, even though there's not a lot of console gaming there. In Russia, despite all of the piracy challenges in Russia, they're going to become the 8th largest market within the next couple of years. So the world is changing rapidly, even though a lot of game producers still focus on the West, they still focus on East Asia as their primary markets. And yes, those are important markets, but that is not where the growth is really going to happen. So what we've been seeing is a lot of companies, while they're still focused on localization, as they should be, because you still need to do linguistic adaptation, more are focusing on culturalization. So they're looking at how do we design our content to actually make it work for different cultures and to widen the appeal. But at the same time, we also need to be careful about what we're putting out there because it may not be compatible with different markets. So I'll give you a quick illustration of the difference between localization and culturalization. So you can see here, these are Kit Kat bars, the candy bar, of course, and this is the version from Canada with English and French, and this is the version from Japan in Japanese. These are effectively more or less the same product. The main difference is the packaging is in a different language. So this is basically a localization example. But culturalization basically takes things to an entirely different level. So basically what we see here is this is only relevant to Japan, where Kit Kat bars have many, many different flavors. And they've even regionalized the flavors, so like in the North Island of Hokkaido, you can get those flavors because that's what people there like. Those are taste preferences in those regions there. And they even have a map where you can go hunt down different Kit Kat bars. And I have a couple of Japanese colleagues who've admitted they've actually done Kit Kat tourism. But see, this is also a cultural part of Japan. There's a collective culture vibe as part of Japan, which is like it's not surprising that something like Pokemon came out of Japan because it fits the culture. And so, but the point here is that they've made Kit Kats into something entirely different that no other market has experienced. So they've taken this simple candy bar and made it into more of a cultural phenomenon. When we're creating game worlds, it doesn't matter if you're creating like an RPG like Skyrim or something like that, if you're creating a simple mobile game like Candy Crush, you are creating a world, and there are assumptions in that world, there are rules to that world, and there's a design to it that you are basically putting forth. And so the job here is to try and make that compatible with the local worldviews that you're going to be dealing with all these different cultures. So it's something of a gene splicing exercise, and you have to deal with the zone where you're trying to make those two things compatible, where you deal with the potential incompatibility of assets in order to get to this goal of culturalized content. It's not easy. It's very tricky. There's a lot of subtleties you'll see as I get into a lot of examples in a minute. This is all the boring stuff. I do want to point out that there's two main types of culturalization that I deal with. One is reactive culturalization, which effectively that's where you remove stuff from the content that's going to be a potential problem. This is usually what I do in my consulting, because most companies, frankly, that's all they're concerned about. They just want to make sure there's nothing offensive that's going to piss somebody off. But the proactive part is also very important, which more companies are starting to learn how to do, which is looking for ways to actually enhance the content for a specific market. So for example, when I worked on Forza Motorsports, the different language versions of the game had different car sets. So like the Italian version had mostly Italian cars, the US English version had a mix of everything, but it had a lot of American muscle cars, the Mustang, Corvette, all that stuff, because that's what the players wanted to play. And this thing keeps advancing without me. But that's an example of proactive culturalization. That's where you're trying to actually, do something that's going to enhance the experience by specific cultures or markets. So here's an example of reactive culturalization. So you may recognize this from Fallout 3. This was the two-headed Brahmin, as it was called. And because of this particular animal, this game did not sell in India, because of the Brahmin bull and its relationship with the Hindu faith and being a sacred animal. And so, unfortunately, Bethesda, they did not code their game in a way that made it really easy to just swap this out for something else that might poorly Photoshop two-headed horse, which would have been fine. That would have worked. That would not have really been a problem. But, yeah, unfortunately, they didn't do that, so that's why Fallout 3 did not sell in India. And then by another example of proactive culturalization is like when Marvel went into India to actually make an Indian version of Spider-Man and partnered with a local studio to do so. And I frankly think this is really cool. And I know it got some accolades in terms of the attempt that they were trying to do, but at the same time it didn't really do that well, because when you're dealing with such a well-known IP like Spider-Man, no matter where you are in the world, what they want is Peter Parker in New York City. That's really what they wanted to see. So if you just made a translated version of this, it probably would have been more successful. But nonetheless, it was an interesting attempt at proactive culturalization. So looking at the degrees of culturalization, so basically what we're trying to do when we're putting content out there in the game is, first we need to avoid disruptive issues. So just make sure that there's nothing in the game that's going to be a problem. Then we need to translate it and use world-ready code, and then we also want to provide locale-specific options. In other words, we do reactive culturalization, we do what is commonly known as localization, internationalization, which is what most companies are focused on, is the level 2 part. And then we want to try and do proactive culturalization. If you want to really make it simple, you want to make it viable, so the game is actually going to stay in the market and not be banned or have some consumer backlash against it. Then you make it legible, and then you try and make it meaningful at a local cultural level, which is that's the more difficult part. And so that's basically the way I see it in terms of the degrees that we're trying to achieve. Now, another big difference between localization and culturalization is that in a typical development cycle, and granted this is a very simplified development cycle, and especially in today's constant online content world, this is kind of an iterative cycle that goes on like every day. But most localization occurs later in the cycle because you're waiting for the content to be, quote, complete, which we all know in the industry is kind of a joke statement, content complete. It's when the content is complete enough to when you can ship it off to the translators to actually be translated. And so they're waiting for the content to be more complete so they can do that. In culturalization, however, we're working to do it very early, because I sit down, for example, with the writers, the designers, the artists, the producers, and we talk through a lot of the assumptions. What is this world? Who inhabits this world? What kind of political systems exist? What kind of religious systems exist? What are the creatures in this world? What are the factions? All of these different questions we go through to determine what might need to be tweaked early on, because they might be setting up a particular allegory that might be used, borrowing too heavily from a specific culture right from the start. So for example, almost every game I've worked on, whether it's fantasy, well, like any fantasy game that has a desert culture, they all look Arab, of course. They look like Bedouin, and it's like, there's other ways to look in the desert, but they want to use that because it's an easy way to evoke a desert culture, because it's a very familiar, iconic look. So what I want to talk about then, moving forward, I want to first talk about the 5 key cultural factors that affect games more than anything else. So these are five really important things to think about. We'll talk about creating cultural evidence, about performing smart decisions, and how you defend your choices, because that's going to be really important. So first, let's talk about these 5 key cultural factors, which here they are, as you might guess. So use of history in a game, the use of faith and religion in a game, and I'm talking not just real world religions and faith, but even ones that you manufacture. Inclusion versus exclusion, which we'll get into. A general category, cultural friction, and then geopolitics. It sounds like I'm doing a Jeopardy thing. Here are these categories. So history. So this one, I think, for a lot of us is a no-brainer. History is a problem, especially if you're dealing. Obviously, I'm talking about real-world history. A lot of cultures have a historical memory that is very persistent. It goes back many centuries, and it also works the other direction. If you're replicating an event in a game that happened very recently or fairly recently, it can also be pretty sensitive. So here's an example where in Age of Empires, this was a scenario in the first version of Age of Empires, where what history tells us is that the Yamatos in Japan invaded the Korean peninsula and basically took over the Choson Empire. That's what history records. However, the Ministry of Information in Korea said that never happened. So we had to make a decision as a game team. What are we going to do? Because we did market research and we determined that RTS games are going to be very popular in Korea. Keep in mind, this is a year before StarCraft came out. And as we know, if you know anything about StarCraft in Korea, it's been a cultural phenomenon in itself. So yes, we want to sell an RTS game in Korea. So what we ended up doing was actually releasing a patch only for the Korean players, where you can see the scenario changed, where the Choson actually invaded Japan, which obviously is a historical fiction, but according to the government, that was the, quote, right way to portray it. So of course, there was a huge ethical debate on the team. We can't do this. We're changing history. This isn't right. Well, I pointed out a couple of things to them. You know, for example, the Aztec armies that were in Age of Empires, the real Aztecs didn't have tanks like in Age of Empires because, you know, all the armies progressed through time. So I said, you know, we are taking quite a lot of liberties with history. The other thing I pointed out, though, is when I was working on Encarta Encyclopedia in my early days at Microsoft, we had different heights for Mont Blanc because the French and Italian, the 2 governments don't agree on the height of the mountain, at least at that time. So we had a physical fact was different in 2 versions of the encyclopedia, so how is this much different? This is a historical fact that is also perceived differently. Now here's a more recent example, you may have heard about this, where this game that basically recreates the 1979 revolution in Iran has gotten some pushback locally, because this is a very uncomfortable period of time for that country, and they don't necessarily want to see this. In the same way, there was a game called 6 Days in Fallujah that was recreating a battle during the Iraq War, which was also a very sensitive incident that happened only about 10 years ago, well, you think 12 years ago now, but still that's very recent history. So sometimes there's subject matter that might be a little bit too soon to address. This one, just because of this is going to be sensitive for a long time, whereas like the Fallujah example, maybe in another 10 years we can release that game, and there'll be enough temporal distance so it's not going to be so sensitive anymore. Okay, talking about faith then. So this one is also sort of a no-brainer because we realize religions can be sensitive in how you portray them and how you choose to respect them. Both of these games had a problem with audio files that contained chanting or lyrics from the Quran. And so they both had different reasons for them being there. I actually worked on this one, the Pocket of Chojin, and basically it was an audio file that contained a verse from the Quran that was chanted, and we found it very late in the product cycle. It was brought to me, and I said, I asked the developers, what is this? And they said, we don't know. Somebody's telling us that it's chanted, from the Quran. I said, well, why didn't anyone check this before, you put this in the game? At this point, the game had already been packaged. There were like about 70,000 units that were being pushed out to stores and all that. And so we identified the problem, decided, yes, we'll fix it right away, but what do you do with all those packaged copies? Well, the decision eventually was to release the packaged copies in the United States because that's a, quote, safe market, which I was trying to explain to them. You realize there's like 7 to 8 million Muslims in the United States. Detroit alone is about 50% Muslim as a city. We're not a homogeneous society in the United States. It was kind of the whole reason it exists. So anyway, this became a huge problem for the company. They eventually had to globally recall this game and pull it off the market after a couple of months of being on the market. And so imagine if you're working on a game for 2 or 3 years and one audio file that someone didn't check kills your entire effort, and all of that work is gone, just completely gone. So it's very frustrating. So these Little Big Planet's issue was a little bit different. They delayed the release of the game in order to fix the problem, but then they told people publicly why they were delaying the release of the game, and they got a lot of pushback for it because a lot of people from the Muslim community were saying, how could you be that stupid to use it in the first place? Why didn't you guys even know what it is? And so obviously that it did not affect that game in the same way because it went on to become successful. But we realize that these things have implications. It's happened in other media forms where it has a lot of serious implications that come out of this. Here's one that's more local. So when the Manchester Cathedral was replicated in Resistance Hall of Man, the Church of England was upset about this. And especially because, not just because they replicated the cathedral, which I thought they did a great job of that, but they took the action into the cathedral and partially destroyed it. And so the Church of England was essentially saying, what the hell? Oh, they didn't say that. What ended up happening with this is after Sony basically got, they worked it out, but the Church of England created what they call sacred digital guidelines. So if you want to replicate any facility in the Church of England, you have to get their permission. They have to look at it first and basically give their blessing that you can go ahead and use it. In Hitman, they did it again. Amritsar, the Golden Temple, the center of the Sikh faith, they took the action into the Sikh temple. So it's just like, again, hello people. It's like, I understand this gives your game a certain level of notoriety because of the controversy, but this is very disrespectful. You're basically taking the action into the heart of the faith that is portrayed in the game. It's really not a cool thing to do. You could have done this just outside the temple, like nearby in Amritsar. It didn't have to be actually in the facility. Or this one, very recently, here's a simple one where this individual, when he's in the game, and he's a Muslim, and the programmers basically coded like random actions that players do, or that these fighters do when they win a match. So in his case, what does he do? He does the cross, just because it's a random action. And so he's like, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Muslim. I would not do that. So why are you making me do that in the game? So just things like that, being respectful of exactly who they're working with and who the person is. A lot of different issues along these lines. This category tends to be broader, inclusion and exclusion. So it's when people perceive inequitable treatment based on gender, based on race, based on culture, nationality. There's all kinds of different levels or layers, as you will, of how this can be perceived. So like this one with Resident Evil 5, I'm sure some of you heard about this, where you had the nice clean-cut Caucasian male gunning down sub-Saharan African villagers. And this imagery, it's a powerful image, and it's the game developers said, well, what's the big deal? They're zombies. It's so what? Now we have to keep in mind, one of the things that they're thinking about, that they're not aware of, as game developers, that this game was developed primarily in Japan. Japan is 98% ethnic Japanese. And so the notion of diversity and that notion of kind of the racial clash between white and black and that whole thing that we are extremely sensitive to in the United States, that consciousness isn't there. And so for them, that's just like, what's the big deal? And so it's important to remember that the cultural context in which the content's being created as well, because that has a huge influence on the actual outcome. And so like the Japanese developers are kind of oblivious to some of this historical imagery that is very negative, the great white hunter, the dark continent, all that kind of thinking from over 100 years ago. And again, stuff like this with Pocket God, if you've played this game. If you haven't, basically, as the name implies, you are a god over these little indigenous people on this island, and you can basically torture them, use a magnifying glass to heat them up, or get the ants crawling out and eating them, getting the volcano lit on fire so that it erupts and burns them. So now what's interesting about this game is that there's a couple things. You can see the representation of these little indigenous characters. It's a very antiquated view of what an indigenous person is. Bone in the hair, grass skirt, sharp little pointy teeth. All of that is a very stereotyped image. And so the game developer kept saying, this is not any particular culture, it's just some random things. Like, really, what's this? This is a moai. It only exists on Easter Island. So when you put that object on the island, you instantly peg that island to a specific culture. That's why this frame is from a later version where you can see they actually changed it to something that they just made up. But to say that it's, say that we're not trying to represent anybody, they just inadvertently used the Moai, which instantly, made this a specific cultural group. Or like with gender stereotyping, it's been very interesting to see how Lara Croft has gone through this evolution of being what she was, kind of the poster child of sexism in games, whereas now the latest iteration is like a completely different version. I mean, she's been given a more realistic appearance. She's been given some emotional depth into writing, like from Liana Pratchett and the other people working on this. So it's been very interesting to see her go through that evolution over the last few years. But of course, there's many examples that exist that are not so great. So cultural fiction, here's another issue. So this is where we get cultures and nationalities that kind of don't like each other for different reasons, which can be historical, it can be political, it can be all kinds of other things. So let's go back to Age of Empires and back to Korea, because these are great examples. I'm really not trying to pick on Korea. But, so this was the box art for Age of Empires 2. So can anyone tell me why this was a problem for the Korean market? Because of the samurai, exactly. So the bonus question though is, can you tell me why it was an issue in 1999 at that time? And for the sake of brevity, I'll tell you. So between Korea and Japan, there's disputed rocks in the middle of the Sea of Japan, which is called East Sea by Korea, and called Dokdo in Korea, it's called Takashima in Japanese. And every once in a while, the two countries reach this apex of tension between themselves over this disputed island. And so during 1999, they're at one of these huge peaks of tension between the two countries, and a lot of Korean retailers said, we're not putting anything on our shelves with a Japanese face on it. There's no way. And so that was the main reason why this was getting a lot of pushback. What was interesting is when they released the expansion pack, most of the world saw this version with Montezuma on it, but Korea got to have a Korean general in the box that kind of make up for this. So, and this still happens today. Just a few years ago, because China and Japan are also in dispute over the Senkaku Islands off of Taiwan, also called the Diaoyu Islands. The Japanese goods saw over 50% drop in China for a couple of months because they were at the height of tension. So people were not buying Honda, Toyota, Sony, none of that was selling well. And that was because of an issue like this. So these real-world geopolitical events can actually negatively impact content, and it's one of those things that kind of blindsides game developers. Like, we have nothing to do with this. Like, where the hell is this disputed island? I don't know what that is, but it's affecting their game. Or something like this. I worked on all the Dance Central games because my job was to check for gestures that would be potentially offensive. Because if you want to talk something that's very culturally specific, gestures, body language, all of that kind of stuff. So if I want to sit up here and do this, and this, and this, and this, and just keep flipping you off in different cultures, I can do that. So that's my party trick. But, so that kind of stuff is very specific. Like I did a talk at Facebook headquarters last year, which I told them, in some countries this is the same as this, or this, and that's, everyone knows what that is now. It's like, I like something, really? In some countries it isn't. So, but that's kind of the thing where cultural appropriation, or kind of the spread of culture digitally, kind of changes the perception of it. In Star Wars: The Old Republic, so I worked on this for 4 years, and people wondered what the heck was wrong with Star Wars. Well, in this particular example, and this goes back to my Indiana Jones picture earlier, is basically you were playing as you play the Sith character, you're put in a position where you have to torture someone. And in the way the game was originally written, you were forced as a player to torture an NPC. You had no choice. So, you take your telekinesis, you throw the NPC on the wall, and then you proceed to torture them with force lightning. And you keep doing that, and you go through the typical BioWare, answer tree, and you get them to cough up information. Well, I told the developers and the writers that, in some countries that's going to be a huge problem, that you're forcing a player to torture. And but that's what Sith do. I'm like, yeah, that's what Sith do, but we in this world are not Sith, at least most of us. And so I said you have to give them an option. So they did. They wrote in an option where you could either torture them or you could pay them off and get the same information. So you just had to give that option, because forcing a player to torture is basically reinforcing a cultural value that in some countries, like it should be all countries, but in some countries that's really negative. So, and then finally, geopolitics. So this is more about territory and cartography, and where countries say this is what we own, and you need to show it this way. China's always a great example for this. The Hearts of Iron 1 and 2 were banned in China mainly because Tibet and Taiwan were not being shown as part of Chinese territory. Now, this game is, as you might guess by the map, it's kind of like Risk. And so you're basically trying to take over the world. And what's interesting is China is obviously divided up in all kinds of pieces, but they focus specifically on Tibet and Taiwan because they are more sensitive. But what I found very interesting about this example is that Hearts of Iron takes place in World War II. Both games do. The People's Republic of China did not come into existence until 1949. So the Chinese government is effectively reinforcing their sovereignty before they even existed as a modern country. But that's something that the Chinese government tends to do, because I'm sure you're following the news where the whole South China Sea is claimed by China. We'll probably see a war there in the next 5 to 10 years. And then in Korea as well, there was a time at which any game that showed North Korea as an antagonist would not be allowed to be sold. That's now changed because actually a few years ago, players went to the government and said, this is a violation of our free speech. We should be able to play games like this. And so eventually they were able to play these. But for a time, all of these games were not allowed in Korea because showing North Korea as an antagonist. What I find very interesting is that that change of thought was not just because of the players. I think it also coincided with North Korea being more antagonistic to South Korea. So I think the South Korean government said, yeah, it's okay, we can show them as an enemy. What's really interesting now, to just kind of contrast the media types, is that Die Another Day, which had a very obvious North Korean antagonist, was not banned in Korea. So these games were, but that movie was not, even though there were protests against the movie in South Korea. The government still didn't ban the movie, even though it's the exact same issues. It kind of speaks to that issue of how games are perceived as an art form or not, which I don't have time to really get into. And in cartography, I do a lot of cartographic consulting for companies as well. Like this is Google Maps. I worked with Google for 6 years and helped them to basically perfect what we call domain tailoring. So like if you go to the India version of Google Maps, you'll see Jammu and Kashmir as being Indian territory because that's by law you have to show it that way. And the rest of the world sees like this version where it's disputed, which actually is the way it is. So you'll see that kind of thing a lot. So anyway, those are the 5 key cultural factors. So very quickly, the last 3 things. So creating cultural evidence. So this is a really important activity when we create games because it tends to be the highest risk activity. So once we figure out, okay, here's our world, this is what the environments are like, these are who the characters are, and we kind of figure out from the top level, beginning of the project, this is the kind of stuff we're going to create, this is what the game's going to be. But then you set loose the artists, you set loose the writers, and they create, they do their jobs. And so they do what we call backfilling the game with additional content. Because like you think of something like Skyrim as an example, there is so much stuff in Skyrim. There's books, and there's jars of junk, and there's all kinds of things throughout the environment, and someone's going through and creating all that stuff. And that's where a lot of times we'll see that the artists or the writers or whoever is creating these things, they're just kind of pulling in whatever they can, whether it's their own experience, they're flipping through books, they're looking on the internet, they're looking for things that are going to be inspiring to them. And a lot of times because of the time pressure, having to create so many things so quickly, they just like throw it all in the game, and then often there's a level of discernment about exactly what to put in the game that doesn't always go along with that. And sometimes they kind of overlook the need for logical consistency. So if you're creating a fantasy world, or actually any world that you create in a game, but especially when you're dealing with fantasy worlds, there needs to be a certain level of logical consistency. Some of the most beloved worlds that we know of, like Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff, one of the reasons they work so well is because they worked on the logical consistency super well for the most part. There's a lot of holes here and there, but my geek side's not going to go into that. But like Star Trek, you think about it, it feels so real because they've come up with amazing technical jargon. And like Michael Okuda, when he was working on the Next Generation, that was his job, was to come up with that jargon. And it just sounds so good. But it's a certain logical consistency, even though it's just all fictional, stuff. So we also have to remember to create with purpose and don't be lazy, because I hate using the word lazy, but frankly I've seen a lot of examples in my career where the the creative people were just frankly being lazy because they were not doing the due diligence to actually do a little more research to put in what they should put in. And nobody often asks questions like the rest of the team. Like they'll see someone's artwork, they don't ask, what does that symbol mean? Where did you get that from? Why does the character look that way? And nobody's kind of taking that step back and discerning. You know, a lot of times it's from a more the creative standpoint of like, that character looks cool. I think that character looks really cool. It's like, yeah, but what is the character actually evoking? What are they supposed to be, you know, anyway, I'm getting tongue-tied. I'll give you an example. So in Cameo, in this game, you can see, so this Cameo is a completely fantasy world and had nothing to do with our world whatsoever. And so I got shown this frame, and so I asked them, I knew what this was supposed to be, but I asked them the dumb way. I said, what are those wooden crosses supposed to be? And they said, well, they're grave sites. And I said, but there's no Christianity in this universe, so why would you have a wooden cross? And this is the answer I got back from the artist, verbatim. What else am I supposed to do? I'm like, I don't know, do your job, you know? Because, you know, it's like you're a creative type. Your job, and figure out what would a grave marker in the Cameo universe look like. I don't know. That's your job. So my job is to tell you that it wouldn't look like that. So maybe it could by just complete random happenstance, but I kind of doubt it. Because the main thing is that what are you trying to evoke to the player? Well, they want to evoke a grave site. The easiest way to do that is with a wooden cross. But I'm like, even then, I'm just like, go to Japan. They don't use wooden crosses. Okay, go to other cultures. They don't have a wooden cross, so that's not even going to translate in our own world, let alone in this other one. So then the other thing you have to think about is performing very smart surgical decisions. So as you might guess from a lot of the examples I'm giving, is that it's like one or two things. And I'm not talking like the whole game concept that needs to be thrown out the window. In all of my years of working in the game industry, there's only been, I think, 2 cases that I can think of where the game concept itself was so fundamentally flawed that we basically just killed it. And it was just like, this is a complete non-starter for cultural or political reasons. So making the most minimal change, the least amount of content is really what I strive to do, because I see myself as a creative partner with the game developers. I'm there to try and help them succeed. I want their content to go as many places in the world as possible. That's my job, is to maximize the reach of their content, which in turn maximizes the revenue of the game. That's what I see my job doing. And so oftentimes I will kind of partner with them. So a lot of these decisions that get made, I will actually take, like if they have a symbol that's like potentially problematic, I will take it into Photoshop and I will doctor it and show them my version and say, if you do something like this, that would be totally fine. And so half the time they just take what I gave them and say, okay, we'll just do it that way. So, because you just kind of show them the way and say, okay, here's another way to do it. So here's an example of a surgical decision. So if you have not ever played Halo, I have to set up the scenario a little bit. So this character was originally called the Dervish in Halo 2, and it was a character from the Covenant. The Covenant was an aggregation of aliens in this game who was a quasi-religious feel to it, run by 3 leaders, each of whom had the title of prophet, one of whom their title was the Prophet of Truth. And so, and this guy, the Dervish, was basically a servant of the Prophet of Truth, the Prophet of Regret, and who was the other one? Prophet of whatever. So anyway, so I felt that because the term Dervish is specific from Sufi Islam, in much the same way that the term Pope is very specific to Catholicism. And so I felt that using the term Dervish in association with one of the leaders being called Prophet of Truth, which is an oft-used synonym for Muhammad, I felt that you're setting, and plus you're representing a religious alien group that worships the Halo rings, that wants to turn them on and effectively destroy all life in the galaxy. And so all of that combined with the fact that Master Chief is basically representing this sort of U.S. super soldier. I know it says UNSC on his shoulder, but come on. I mean, they're basically a rip-off of aliens anyway. But the fact that you've got this super soldier with the U.S. accent and everything going after the Covenant to try and stop them, and all of that on top of the fact that this is the first major game Microsoft's releasing after 9/11. And so this will be the biggest game of the year for Microsoft. In fact, I think it was one of the biggest games of the year, period, at that time. And so I felt that using the term dervish was basically setting up a very strong allegory that people could interpret this as sort of Microsoft's not so subtle response to 9/11 by saying, look, we're going to send the master team to destroy Islam because we're using the characters of the new prophet of truth and dervish. And so I said, look, if you just change dervish, prophet of truth we can let go, because you can very easily use that for all kinds of religious figures, and it is used for, with other figures. But dervish is very specific. So I said, cut dervish, change it to something else, and I think the allegory is a lot weaker. And so we fought over that for a very long time, but eventually got changed to arbiter, which I thought was, frankly, a much better name anyway for the character. But that was it. That's the only thing that changed in Halo 2. One name, that's it. Everything else was totally fine. This one speaks for itself. So this is just a packaging thing. They very quickly realized that it's probably better to just spell it out. So they very quickly fixed that. And then finally, let's talk a little bit about higher level issues around all of the culturalization stuff. So you as a game developer want to defend your choices, and I'll get into this in a second. But first, we have to realize that in the content cloud to which we release content today, there's instant reaction, instant exposure. You have your content instantly exposed to a broad multicultural audience. I don't care if you're trying to target certain markets. That's irrelevant because every piece of content that goes out is everywhere. And it is. And you say, well, I didn't intend it to go to China. Well, it doesn't matter because it's already on the street on a DVD in Shanghai. Less than a day later, literally. It happens that quickly. So, whether you like it or not, it is out there. We also are very much aware of community. Online community, the level of activism that happens now. So if somebody loves something that you're doing, you get this huge outpouring from people you had no idea existed. And if they don't like what you're doing, then you basically get huge turmoil and upheaval and rage. And we've seen this happen not only in the game sector, which has been very obvious over the last few years, but even to national governments with things like the Arab Spring and other things that happen, movements that go forward because of this. The real issue that we're dealing with a lot of the culturalization stuff is this issue of mind share. So we're dealing kind of in a tug of war with governments and cultural institutions in different countries over who controls public mind share. Who writes the narrative for that culture. This is the reason why the Great Firewall of China exists, for this very issue, to make sure that the Chinese government maintains mind share over its population. And so they're not alone in that. China's taken more drastic measures in that way. But there's other countries that do the same thing. And that's why, in one way, games have often, I think, in my view, not just films, but games specifically, because games have an interactive component. They're seen as being very influential, especially over the young people. So God forbid that these games are going to contain ideas, whether they're political or religious or whatever they are, that's going to be counter to the local cultural narrative. And so there's a lot behind that statement that we just don't have time to get into, but it's a really important thing to think about when you're creating content. At the same time, you have to think about that there's two key audiences for content. There's basically the intended audience. So these are game players. These are people who, frankly, everything I've been talking about, they don't care about it that much. What they really care about is whether or not your game sucks. That's it. They're going to play your game and say, this game sucks, it's boring, I'm not going to play it, and then they walk away. The bigger concern is the unintended audience, so those tend to be politicians, parents who don't play games, although that's changing quickly, people, faith leaders, community leaders, people who don't play games because they don't understand the contextual issues that go along with game content. And so, generally speaking, what I was talking about earlier about proactive and reactive culturalization, the reactive work is basically targeting the unintended audience to make them not react. Whereas the proactive culturalization is really to help the gamers have a better experience with what they're playing. The good news about the political side is that within about 15 to 20 years, every single politician on earth will have grown up with video games. That's a good thing, because I think the political landscape is going to change dramatically when we get more politicians who actually embrace games as an art form and don't keep resisting it, which is part of the dynamic going on right here. And so, lastly, a really important point I want to bring up about freedom of creativity, because I hear this a lot from game developers when I give a talk like this. It's like, but I'm an artist. I should be allowed to make anything I want. And I say, I totally agree with you. I think you should exercise your creative vision, but you cannot expect that vision to align with expectations in other cultures. Now, the question is whether or not you care about that. And the reason you care about it is if you want to make money. If you want to make money off your creative vision, then you have to care about these issues because you are going to be subject to market forces. You will be subject to the commercial side of the game development. We are seeing more and more people who create games purely as art. They have no intention to make money off the games. And frankly, to them, I say, I don't care what you make. You can make the most offensive stuff in the world because it's your right to do so. Just like you can write books that are problematic, you can make art, because games are art. You can paint pictures, you can write books. Games have the same right to have that freedom of expression. However, in a marketplace, you don't have that capability to do that. There really isn't a market for it. And so for a lot of game developers, it's weighing the level of artistic freedom that they want to have with maximizing the revenue, which is respecting the cultures into which that creative vision is going to go. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle that the entire industry deals with sometimes, but it's also a struggle that individual game developers deal with, especially today with indie development, because they are subject to this in such a very direct way because indie developers are pretty much there. They don't really have this whole corporate structure with 100 lawyers protecting them. And so they have to be very careful about this kind of thing. So that's it. I am done.
Thank you for being here with us. Let's continue with the Q&A. Yeah? Question.
So what do you think about sanitization and political correctness? Because there is a movement, like a feeling against that in art as well as in politics, for example, in the US. So
don't mention my political system, it's horrible. I can talk about that for hours. Well, it's funny because some people see like this work as being PC. They see it as being politically correct, that you're trying to cleanse the game of certain things that are going to be offensive. What I see, like I said, I see it as cultural adaptation. And there's a difference. I mean, I'm not changing things just to change it because I think that there's a certain political, cultural standard that needs to be followed. I think it's because it's about, about basically adapting for the local expectation. So if they expect it to be a certain way, then that's what we want to serve to them. But there is a line there as well, because it's like, at what point are you trying to be progressive for that culture? Like I get a lot of discussion with people about China, for example. It's like, okay, so they've got the Great Firewall, and the government's trying to, do a certain level of control over perception. But do we have a responsibility as content creators to kind of push that a bit and help them, basically see a broader vision and try and so some developers will kind of try and hide messages in the game that hopefully will get through to China, to Chinese, they'll get past the Chinese rating people and actually get into China so that players will actually unlock this message and, say like, oh wow, this message is all about freedom of thought and democracy, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know, and that's like an extreme kind of example, but the goal is not to be politically correct necessarily. I see it as a respect issue. Now, some people will say, well, that's what political correctness is. Like, I don't know, that's a loaded term. To me, it's just like I'm trying to respect the culture into which the content is going to go. But that is constantly changing because cultures change, especially in today's world, because we're dealing with cultures that are changing very rapidly in response to kind of the global culture, global tech culture. So, kind of reading, that's one of the things I try and do for people when I'm working on games, kind of help them read what is the current situation in that market. Will this content be okay now? Whereas 5 years ago, maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was a regime change recently that has kind of opened things up. It just depends. So.
If you felt responsible for the software that you put out, the changes that you made, for instance, with the maps recently, just last weekend, there was somebody died in a heart attack because the sat nav didn't contain the location he was at. So do you ever feel as if you're socially responsible for the software that goes out there?
I think to some degree, I mean, honestly, I think anyone who produces content should feel a little bit of that. You know, I mean, with a mapping example, well, that's a little bit different. I mean, with cartography, because lives depend on it. That's a little bit different from a game, but I would say with the cartography side, I take that very seriously because, like, yeah, I mean, I used to do street mapping. I worked at a company that did street mapping, and so we were extremely conscientious about it and making sure we have it absolutely right, because if you don't, the fire aid's not going to get there in time. You know, all kinds of issues are going to happen. And so, yeah, so in that issue, I think there's absolutely a social responsible aspect. You have to get it right. There's no option there. Whereas if you get into more of the creative content, it's a bit different.
We have a question.
For indie games developers, when the early game things go south, and who can actually help you protect yourself from the reactor?
Well, that's the tricky part. So there's several things can happen if you have a game that runs into a problem. Well, A, you could get banned in a certain country, and which you may or may not care about. You know, that's a lot. Even the large studios have to make that decision sometimes. We're like, we are not changing this, and because my job is to recommend to them, if I were you, I would change this, and if you don't, here's what the outcome's going to be. You might get banned in this market or that market. And so the company can say, we don't care about those markets because we've got all these other ones, and so we'll just focus on those instead. And that's their right to do so. They can say, fine, we're not going to go into those markets. Kind of like what they did with Fallout 3. They said, we're not going to change it, we're not going to go into India, and that's it. And so they didn't sell in India. Now, if you get an actual issue like you release somewhere and then suddenly somebody finds a problem, there's a huge bunch of backlash, that could be a huge problem. So, you know, for you as an indie developer, I mean, there's a lot of resources out there. There's, there's consultants, there's people like me, there's others where, you know, they basically try and help. I mean, I think the biggest thing you need is a lawyer. Because, yeah, because that's one thing I did mention, like when I worked at Microsoft for 13 years doing this work, I mean, I worked like this with the legal team. Because because a lot of these things, even though they were not explicitly a legal issue to begin with, a lot of them would slowly, potentially become a legal issue for the company. And so the lawyers had to know about it. Or sometimes if the lawyers agreed with me but the developer wasn't changing what they needed to change, I would be imploring them out of like respect for our customers, you should be changing this, and that wasn't sinking in. So then my lawyer friend would say, you know, this might be a legal issue, and so all of a sudden the developer, oh my God, legal issue, I'm going to change it right now. But anyway, you have to be really careful, obviously, about what that implication is. I mean, what the outcome could be for you as an indie dev, because if you make a bad reputation for yourself in a particular market, some of these countries don't forget. So you may want to change your company name and re-release it, or release to a different channel to get your game. If you really want to get into that market, you might have to take a different tack. The worst that can happen, well, there's a couple of worst case scenarios. One is your game is banned, so you don't sell there. If you have something in the game that actually violates local law, like the map issues I mentioned, then that could be even worse, and then it does become a potential legal issue. Which still, at the end of the day, the worst case is that you're banned, so you don't sell in that market. But the worst case scenario is if you have any developers who are in that market. Like if you're a virtual indie team, and let's say 2 of your developers are programmers who actually live there, that could be a huge problem. Because we actually had cases at Microsoft where Microsoft personnel were put in jail over these issues, like putting Kurdistan on the map of Turkey, or using the term Republic of China for Taiwan, actually had action taken against Microsoft personnel. And so it has a very serious implication. And so that's one of the things you have to be really careful about too. Depending on the level of how grievous the issue is, if you someday travel to that market, you could be stopped in customs and say, oh, we want to talk to you about something you did 5 years ago. I said, no, it wasn't me. So if you're asking, like, how do you double check before you release, that's another question. So the after release is, the problems I mentioned, but if you want to check before release, then one of the things you have to do is a lot of due diligence. If you have something in your game that you think might be sensitive, at the very least you need to do some research, and it's like just basic research to just, you know, you can, depending on where you're going, depending on what the object is, like if it's a symbol. I have a stack of books in my office, literally at least this high, of just symbols. They're books about different symbols, and you know, I don't know everything, so sometimes I'll pour through those and oh, okay, that's what that symbol is like. I knew I saw it somewhere, and kind of do some research on it. So you basically have to do your own due diligence on it beforehand, and ask people if you're concerned about a specific marketplace, and you actually can try and find people like in the dev community who might be from there. And I know that won't be the same as like asking like a social scientist or someone, but oftentimes all you're trying to gauge is the knee-jerk reaction. Like what would the normal consumer, how would they react to something? And you know, so because oftentimes a lot of these issues, they're not caught by the government, they're caught by consumers who then escalate to their government and say, hey, this game offends me, you should do something about it. And then the government, of course, takes action on behalf. And so, yeah, so it's, I don't know if I'm answering your question. You can always email me, feel free to email me, and I'll try and give you a better
Okay,
answer.
I know we're past your time. Are you fine with 2 or 3 more
that's
questions?
fine. Sure.
Okay, let's continue.
I'm not a gamer, okay? So how many games are you very few? So my question to you is about, you mentioned all those taboos that are mostly like race and religion, politics. Have you come across cases like superstitions from a culture that make someone take down the game or promote the game and all that? And the second part is also regarding this is about enterprise culture. Say someone, let's say, hates a blah blah company which has been counted as a brand, and then you hate the culture. So I say, okay, I'm going to make this game that is actually anyone, even an idiot, look at it will know it's from blah blah company, and then I don't need to elaborate.
Mm-hmm. So in the first question, yes, like that is the reason why World of Warcraft removed all the skeletons from the version in China, because of the sensitivity of having skeletons, you know, in the environment. So yeah, World of Warcraft has some skeletons because of that. And so, and I'd say, you know, you call that superstition, or, you know, to me it's like maybe it's partly superstition. To me it's just cultural expectation again, which superstition is definitely one of the layers of cultural expectation. You know, there's been other games like release dates, like in China, because like the number 8 is the number 4. Why didn't we talk about the number 4? That's like a whole other example. But like in Japan, the issue with 4 fingers, because you've got this issue where four-fingered human characters is basically forbidden, and that's why you see a lot of anime and manga have 5 fingers. And whereas in the U.S. they often have 4 fingers, or outside of Japan, a lot of animation has 4 fingers because it's one less digit to animate. It's a lot easier. But in Japan, it relates to this cultural class issue called the Barakumen, where they used to, like, before the Meiji Restoration, they would, like, flash 4 fingers, which basically means you're, like, a low life, you're, like, an untouchable class, because the Barakumen were people who were, like, the butchers and the tanners and people like that. A lot of people think it's because the number 4, shi, means death, which it does. That's why in Japan you'll often say yang instead of shi. Some people think it's because of the Yakuza, the Japanese mafia, because you commit yabitsune, which is cutting off a digit for forgiveness, and so you have 4 fingers instead of 5. That's not really the reason either. It's really the Barakumen issue, but that's another thing we're very sensitive of game characters, is that's yet another thing you have to be careful about. I'm sorry. Yeah, so with that one's a little bit tricky. I mean, to me, you know, I know like in the US, because you have laws protecting satire, because to me that would be a satirical depiction of a company, which is completely allowable. I mean, that's the whole basis on which The Simpsons, South Park, and everything else exists, is on satire. And so there would be no problem whatsoever. So I think in more Western cultures, that's not really an issue as much. I mean, certainly in the UK, satire is a huge art form. And so I don't think it's really much of an issue. In some locales, though, yeah, they could take great offense. Like, for example, in Korea, the corporate culture is such a supreme level of society where the cultural identity with a company like Samsung or some of the others in there, if you were to disparage them, that could be a big problem. Because there's the success of their society and the culture is often tied to the corporate entities, so that could be a huge problem. Thanks.
I don't know if you spoke about it because I only saw the how to talk. But I was wondering, how do you work? Do you go through all the assets? Do you get provided like screenshots like we saw, or do you play the game from end to end?
That's a good question because I didn't really go into depth on that. So when I sit down, so like right now I'm working on Mass Effect Andromeda, and I've been working with BioWare for 10 years on all of their stuff. And so for Mass Effect Andromeda, I can't say what the assets are, but the process is such, like they'll give me a character Bible. It's a huge spreadsheet of every character, what planet they're from, what their backstory is, what kind of weapons they carry, what their ship is, all of that kind of stuff. I'll get a glossary file, which is every single object in the game, whether it's a planet, to a pistol, to a ship, whatever. Like for Star Wars The Old Republic, the character Bible was like over 5,000 unique characters before the game released. And so my job is to go through every one of those. I check the names for potential sensitivity. I check their backstories to see if there's like any similarity to potential historical incidents or characters or things like that. I look at the assets, so I'll see all of the early character designs, like the sketches, mock-ups, all that stuff, environmental art, scripts, of course. I read through the entire script for every game that I work on, which is really funny, like for Mass Effect 3, that whole controversy over the ending. I read the script like a year and a half before the game came out. So when that controversy happened, I was like, I didn't even remember. I didn't remember the whole 3 ending thing at all. So yeah, I basically look at everything. And so I do that early on because my job is to kind of go through and kind of get a sense of what's going on, what's the world. And I will point out things that could be like, you may want to tweak this or not do this or don't call it that, things like that. As the game production gets moving, then yes, then they'll send me like waves of assets. So like tons of images, like here's the final or here's like the near final environment. Here's the near final character design. Here's the faction symbols for all the factions that are in game. All of that kind of stuff. Then eventually I'll see the cinematics, and then oftentimes I will often then start playing the builds. So like I worked for 2 years on Rise of the Tomb Raider, and I probably played through the game 6 times before it came out. But I also saw all of the assets and everything else. I'm also often given in-game like God mode tools inside the build, so I can like fly around and look at things and go in places where people, can't see things, but could potentially see things. So my job is to kind of just scour and go through, and I basically give them a master list of all the things I find. Every single thing I find, I assign a severity to it. So I have a severity scale that I use, like a severity 1, as is often used in the tech world, means shipstopper. So if it's a severity 1, then you need to fix this. And like most severity, it's a pyramid. There's very few sub 1s, if any. There's a modest number of sub 2s, and there's a lot of sub 3s, which for me are basically a heads up saying, I don't think this is going to be sensitive, but you should still be aware that this is a kind of a lingering issue. So, and that's basically how I work. A what?
Like Wikipedia, so call it Wikipedia.
Yes.
And you put everything, all your knowledge there.
Yes. I'm actually working on a handbook for game culturalization right now. It's not going to be the Wikipedia, like all of the specifics. It's going to be kind of the higher level thinking, like how do you handle history, how do you handle religion. That part I'm working on right now, but I'm hoping in association with that to have more of a Wikipedia thing that basically just brain dumps.
Yeah.
So.
We have a question on this side.
Great talk, by the way.
Thank you.
One of my questions is, do you have a situation where you came across a cultural issue and later on you realised, did you come across a cultural issue which immediately wasn't obvious to you, but later on now it's almost second nature?
Yes. Yes, because for me, one of the reasons I love my work, and actually when I took the executive director position at IGDA, I told the board that I will take it on condition that I can still do my consulting on the side. because I feel, for couple reasons, I think it's really vital that as leader of a Game Developers Association, I should still be making games and be involved in the process. And also, I love what I do. I'm utterly curious about everything, and this job is a constant learning process. So that's one of the joys of doing the culturalization work, is that my library continues to expand. So there will be issues that I didn't encounter, or I may have like briefly encountered 5 years ago, but then I come across a game I'm working on where it's like, oh my God, I remember this. Now I have to like deeply research it and really understand what this issue is all about. Sometimes there are things like I didn't really give it much thought when I saw it in a game a few years ago, but now because culture has changed, or not just culture, but really, frankly, the level of reactive sensitivity that a lot of people have, a lot going back to that community issue I brought up, I have to be more paranoid now than I was 10 years ago. Absolutely, because the way people react to things now is just so knee-jerk, and it's just on the lightest little thing, you know, so I have to be even more paranoid, and that's basically what I tell companies. You're paying me to be hyper-paranoid, so I will flag even the slightest little thing that might be a problem, and hopefully, you know, because that's my job, I need to point that out to them. Yeah. So, thanks.
Hi, very nice presentation, very nice image. Okay, I want to find out, you know, as you said that you work in different companies, even SMEs at times. In your travels, have you actually found that companies tend to be a little bit quite more accepting and open armed, or they tend to be a little bit resistive in the beginning, and then they maybe try to, and then they, like, you know, go on the bandwagon along with it afterwards?
Yeah, most companies are quite resistant. More and more companies are becoming more open-minded to it, but like 15 years ago, all of this stuff, there's like, get out, we don't need you. We're video games. Video games are different. We don't need all this stuff. We love it when we're controversial. You know, it's just like, but no, I mean, more and more companies are open to it because I think they are realizing, kind of going back to the early part of the talk, where this is a revenue issue. This is an ability to make revenue if you understand that your content has that kind of effect on a market. You make something that's going to piss people off. Some governments don't forget. And the next time you release a game, their review board might be a little more reticent to approve it, or they just might give you a lot of crap for it, so you guys need to change this. Like, well, you didn't tell us that last year when we released the game. Yeah, but this year we're going to make you change it. You know, just kind of give you crap for it. And it happens. So, yeah.
Are we good? One more? Okay, one more.
It's okay. Thank you.
I'm an international educator, and it's a personal question to you. Sometimes it's a cliche concept that knowledge is power, but also knowledge is a burden at times. Do you ever feel personal threat with the amount of knowledge that you have within so many different cultural contexts and the nature of what you do?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if I would think of it that way, but to be honest, I mean, like, because geopolitics, I do that for a living. Like, when people ask me, because like with the election season in the U.S. right now, I'm so politically cynical, it's not even funny. I mean, I'm just deeply cynical of politics. My common response is that the problem with politics is that human beings are involved in it. But, you know, and it just, so I'm very cynical about it. I mean, all of this knowledge has definitely shaped how I view, my worldview has changed dramatically. I mean, there's still a fundamental, you know, I'm still from Southern California originally and all that, but still, it's like, it's different. And so what I found is not so much of a burden, is that this is the wrong term for it, but I liken it as a psychosis. So, because, I mean, honestly, I cannot help, I've been doing this work for so long, and because when I do my work, like, people say, oh, you get to play games for a living. No, it's like like I said, I played through Rise of the Tomb Raider, but I wasn't playing the game. I was intensely concentrating, looking for things, because that's what I'm trained to do, is look for things and to find things that could be potentially problematic and flag them. So like I walk into a room anywhere, like those paintings I walked in earlier, and I'm like, I'm looking for patterns. I'm looking for things that might be a problem. I mean, it's I know. See, that's psychosis, right? So, no, but it's, well, yeah, because it's like, and, you know, I've walked into friends' homes and I'll see something and I paint it. Oh yeah, that's the such and such symbol. It's like some people would be really pissed off if they walk in here, you know. And it's just like, so you don't want to come off as being a jerk or like a know-it-all kind of thing. It's almost like, it's kind of like, even though I didn't like the movie, but the Da Vinci Code, because he had all that specific like symbol knowledge, right? And it's sort of similar to that in a way. So I just try, if you can channel it into something useful. But at this point, it's like I can't help but, you know, see that. And so I try not to be like when indies show me their work, I give a lot of free advice to indies because I mean they need it, and I want them to succeed. I don't want them to fail because of this issue, because I know a lot of indies, it's tough enough just getting the game done, let alone having an issue like this pop up and just kill their game, and I don't want to see that happen to them. So if I see something, I'll just tell them, you know, whereas somebody from, you know, Sony says, you know, do you see something wrong? I'm like, yeah, here's my card, let's talk about it. Thanks.
Cute Edwards, everyone. She's living in Seattle as well, and just arrived yesterday, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we were supposed to be on a break right now, and let's head over to the developer showcase where we'll do what we came here to do, play games, right? No? Yeah. Don't forget to tweet, and I'll see you on the other side of the room.
That was so interesting.
Well, thank you.
Clap, clap, clap.
Okay, that was really great.
Thanks. I hope you liked it. All these